There's something unsettling about the life so many people are living. A kind of inner friction. On the surface, everything might seem fine. You're checking the boxes, following the plan, pushing forward. But underneath it all, there's a quiet, persistent question. Why does it still feel like I'm stuck? And stuck doesn't always look like failure. Sometimes it hides inside a job that pays well but leaves you drained. A relationship that works on paper but feels energetically empty. Or a personal routine that promises growth but just loops you back to the same emotional starting point. Stuck isn't just about lack of progress. It's about repetition without transformation. Motion without evolution. Now here's the truth most people never stop to confront. Being stuck isn't just circumstantial. It's deeply energetic. It's a result of operating from a limited layer of consciousness, one that keeps recycling the same beliefs, decisions, and outcomes over and over again. But there is another level available to you. A field of awareness so vast, so intelligent, so radically different from the mental autopilot you're used to, that once you tap into it, life doesn't just get better. It gets rewired. This state is not motivation. It's not hustle. It's not positive thinking. It's the superconscious. The superconscious isn't a myth, a fantasy, or a woo-woo escape from reality. It's a scientifically supported, experientially accessible field of intelligence that exists beyond your subconscious programming. It knows exactly what you're capable of, and it's constantly sending you the signals, downloads, and intuitive nudges to wake up. But if you're operating from the old paradigm, from survival mode, logic obsession, or inherited beliefs, you can't hear it. You're tuned to the wrong frequency. This video is a roadmap to break that loop. We're going to expose the invisible mechanisms that are keeping you small, stuck, and overthinking. Then open the door to the field of pure potential where change happens at the level of identity and energy, not just action. We'll strip back the illusion that effort equals evolution. We'll unravel the prison of thought patterns that you mistake for your personality. And we'll walk you directly into the realm of the quantum where time folds, beliefs shape reality, and frequency is the new currency of creation. This isn't a motivational pep talk. This is a shift. By the end of this series, you'll know how to consciously connect with the superconscious field and access a level of clarity, alignment, and power that most people never even realize exists. Because you've been conditioned to believe the transformation you need is outside you, in the next course, in the next guru, in the next strategy. But the quantum shift doesn't begin with more information. It begins when you realize the operating system you're running was never designed to evolve you, only to protect you. That stops today. Let's begin with the first transformation, exposing the trap that has shaped almost every decision you've made so far, even the ones you thought were yours. There's a reason why it keeps happening, why you find yourself circling the same outcomes no matter how many times you switch tactics or make plans. And that reason isn't laziness. It isn't lack of clarity. It isn't even fear. It's this: you've been operating from inside a cage you've never seen. This invisible structure has shaped your choices, distorted your desires, and defined your idea of what's possible. And the most dangerous part is this: you think you're free inside it. Let's expose it. From a young age, you were taught how reality works. You were trained, directly and indirectly, to believe certain things about effort, success, safety, identity, love, time, and even truth itself. These teachings weren't just passed on through words, they were absorbed energetically. And once absorbed, they became the architecture of your mind. You stopped questioning them, because everyone around you stopped questioning them too. Now, these inherited patterns have calcified into something more dangerous: normalcy. And when something feels normal long enough, it becomes invisible. This is the first layer of the cage: conditioning. You were not born with beliefs about scarcity. You were not born with doubts about your worth. You were not born thinking you had to earn love, suppress emotion, or fear failure. These were coded into you, and now they run silently in the background, directing your focus, filtering your reality, and limiting what you even allow yourself to want. But conditioning isn't the only part of the trap. There's another, more cunning layer. It's the illusion of choice. You believe you're making independent decisions, setting goals, chasing dreams. But if the framework those choices exist within was pre-selected by unconscious programming, how free are they really? If the boundaries of your dreams were shaped by fear-based beliefs handed to you as a child? How real are they? You can't change what you won't confront. And you can't confront what you can't see. That's why this first shift is not about changing your behavior. It's about recognizing that most of your life has been unfolding within a mental container you didn't choose. That container is built from inherited trauma, collective fear, and repeated emotional loops, all reinforced by society, media, education, and even your family's best intentions. So you hustle, plan, read the right books, do the work, but you're still inside the cage. You're rearranging the furniture of your limitations, not leaving them. Now here's the key realization. The mind that created the problem cannot solve it. Trying to fix your life from the same level of consciousness that created it is like trying to reprogram a computer using software it doesn't have access to. This is where the shift begins. You stop fixing. You start seeing. The moment you can observe the pattern without judgment is the moment you loosen its grip. The cage only has power if you stay convinced it isn't there. And as you start to notice the hidden rules running your life, I have to prove myself to be worthy. I'm only safe if I stay small. Success means sacrificing joy. You begin to wake up from the trance of repetition. Awareness breaks the cycle. Not force, not more effort. Awareness. The question isn't, how do I escape? The question is, what has kept me believing I need to stay here? Because nothing outside of you is holding you back. There is no gate, no lock, no guard, only programming. And that programming can be seen, felt, uninstalled. Once you see the cage, you no longer mistake it for reality. You recognize it as a system, one that was never designed for expansion, only for protection. That system is breaking down now. And that breakdown is not chaos. It's opportunity. Now that you've seen the invisible mechanisms that shape your life, you're ready to confront the most important one of all. The internal force that's been executing those patterns automatically, without your permission, day after day. Next, we will reveal the hidden driver behind the scenes, and show you exactly how it's been scripting your reality while you thought you were in control. Let's keep going. Now that the cage is visible, you might be wondering, who's been keeping me inside it? You've uncovered the bars of belief, the walls of programming, the roof of limitation. But who's the architect? Who's been running the show behind the scenes, ensuring that you repeat the same behaviors, the same patterns, the same emotional loops, even when you swear you've outgrown them? It's time to meet the mind behind the mask, your subconscious. For most people, the subconscious is this vague psychological idea, a buzzword, a mysterious force that pops up in self-help books and meditation apps. But in truth, the subconscious is the most powerful influence on your life, and it's been operating with almost no supervision. It governs approximately 95% of your thoughts, behaviors, and decisions. Not some of the time, all the time. From the moment you wake up, to the tone of your inner voice, to the way you respond to a text message or interpret a silence. The subconscious is shaping your entire reality. And here's the shocking part. It doesn't care about your goals. It only cares about your patterns. Its job is not to evolve you, it's to keep you consistent with what it already knows. That means it's less interested in whether something makes you happy, and far more invested in whether it feels familiar. To the subconscious, familiar equals safe. And safety is everything. So when you try to change, grow, or shift out of your comfort zone, your subconscious doesn't celebrate. It resists. It deploys fear, tightens your chest. It makes you procrastinate. It whispers thoughts of self-doubt, or sends your body into tension, or suddenly forgets what the plan was. These aren't accidents, they're defense mechanisms. And they're not personal. They're programming. This mind, this deep code embedded beneath your awareness, has been collecting data since you were in the womb. From your earliest environment, the tone in your home, the reactions of your caregivers, the emotional climate you grew up in, it began recording. Every experience was tagged with a message: safe or unsafe, acceptable or unacceptable, worthy or unworthy. That database became your internal GPS. But here's the flaw. The subconscious cannot distinguish between emotional truth and objective truth. If your subconscious was trained that success causes abandonment, it will quietly sabotage every opportunity that gets too close to achievement. If it learned that love requires self-betrayal, it will seek relationships where your needs never fully matter. If it encoded rejection as a threat to survival, it will make you avoid risk at all costs, even if it means killing your dreams before they begin. And the worst part? You'll think it's you. You'll say things like, "I'm just not motivated," or "I've always been bad with money," or "I can't seem to focus." You'll confuse inherited responses for personal flaws. That's how invisible this operating system is. But not anymore. Now that you see it, now that you understand the real voice behind your hesitation, your overthinking, your looping patterns, you can do what most people never attempt. Reprogram it. But before you can rewire, you must first re-recognize. That means observing your life not from the lens of guilt or blame, but from the lens of structure. The subconscious is not a villain. It's not broken. It's doing its job perfectly. It's protecting you based on the data it was given. The problem is, the data is outdated. You are not 5 years old anymore. You are not trapped in that household. You are not dependent on someone else's approval for your survival. But your subconscious doesn't know that unless you show it. And you don't show it by thinking positively. You show it by changing the signals you send it. This begins with awareness. Start to notice what your body does in moments of stress or change. That racing heart, that tightening jaw, that avoidance, those are not random. They are signals from a deeper program. Trace them back. Ask, where did I learn this pattern? Whose fear is this? Whose voice? Because the subconscious speaks the language of emotion, not logic. You can't argue with it. You must recondition it. It responds to repetition, emotion, and identity. So when you declare a new vision for your life, but internally still feel unsafe about being seen, loved, or wealthy, your subconscious will default back to what it knows. That's why so many affirmations fall flat. They're surface-level declarations layered on top of deeply rooted contradictions. The shift begins when you understand that your external life is a mirror of your internal default. Not your desires, your defaults. Desire means nothing if your subconscious is running a different program. And here's where the true power lies. You can bring your subconscious online. You can invite it into awareness. You can make the unconscious conscious, and once you do that, you have leverage. Because once the gatekeeper is visible, you can reassign the rules. That may sound theoretical now. But this isn't guesswork. It's biology. It's neuroplasticity. It's energy. Your brain is constantly forming and reforming neural pathways based on what you focus on, what you repeat, and what you emotionally charge. Your subconscious is just a creature of habit, and habits can be rewritten. So from this point forward, you are no longer operating blindly. You are observing your reactions, your triggers, your emotional habits, not to judge them, but to track them. To understand that each one points to a belief, and each belief can be reevaluated. The automatic patterns that have shaped your life are not set in stone. They are set in software, and software can be upgraded. Now that you've met the inner driver, the subconscious that's been silently shaping every choice, you're ready for the next evolution in your shift. Next, we will expose a common belief system that seems completely logical on the surface, but has been quietly stalling your progress, blocking your access to real transformation, and keeping you trapped in a loop of frustration. Let's keep moving. By now, you've seen the cage. You've met the inner autopilot that's been reinforcing it. But the question lingers, why isn't all your effort working? Why does it seem like no matter how many books you read, how many plans you create, how many mindset tools you use, the actual shift you're craving remains just out of reach? The answer lies in one of the most seductive illusions of modern thinking: the belief in linear growth. From early on, you were trained to think in straight lines. Set a goal, take the steps, follow the plan. Move from point A to point B. Do the right things in the right order, and eventually you'll get where you want to be. Sounds reasonable. Except for one problem. The self you're trying to evolve isn't linear. You are not a machine executing a sequence of inputs to get a guaranteed output. You are a multidimensional being, with thoughts, energy, identity, emotions, beliefs, nervous system responses, cellular memory, and more. And yet, most growth strategies completely ignore all of that. They treat you like a to-do list. Work harder, think better, stay consistent, push through. But if logic was the key to transformation, you'd already be transformed. You already know what to do. The issue isn't knowledge, it's access. And access can't be forced by logic alone. Why? Because logic only operates in one layer of your being, the conscious mind. But your life is being created from far deeper layers. Subconscious programs, energetic frequencies, and unconscious identity loops. Logic doesn't reach those places. It's like trying to open a locked door by describing it perfectly. The description might be accurate, but it won't get you inside. So what happens instead? You try harder. You make the schedule, you set the alarm, you double down on discipline. And at first, it works. Momentum kicks in. You feel the rush of progress. Then, something breaks. You fall off. You self-sabotage. You hit a wall emotionally or energetically, and suddenly the whole plan feels impossible. Then comes the guilt, the judgment, the cycle, and you start to believe that maybe you're the problem. But it was never you. It was the model. Linear growth assumes that time and effort equal transformation. But personal evolution isn't mechanical. It's quantum. And in quantum systems, change doesn't happen gradually, it happens suddenly when a threshold is crossed. You don't inch your way into alignment. You leap. You don't slowly become a new identity, you step into it. And that leap is never based on a checklist. It's based on frequency. Let's make that real. Have you ever noticed how change tends to come in waves? You plateau for months, then in 1 week everything shifts. You feel stuck forever. Then you meet one person, hear one sentence, or see one new possibility. And your whole direction changes. That's not random. That's not momentum. That's energetic readiness. You weren't just building skills, you were aligning your state. And once your frequency shifted to match the new reality, boom. The external changed to reflect it. But here's the kicker, logic hates that. The linear mind doesn't trust sudden leaps. It doesn't believe in frequency. It wants predictability, formulas, and control. It wants to map the entire staircase before you take the first step. But quantum transformation doesn't offer maps. It offers moments. Moments where your identity meets your intention. Where your energy outpaces your habits. Where your internal landscape becomes so incongruent with the old version of you that the field reorganizes to reflect the new one. Linear logic is too slow for that kind of shift. It always trails behind energy. It always tries to explain what just happened instead of creating what could happen. And that's why it fails you. It's not because you're weak. It's because you've been taught to prioritize thinking over being, to obey the calendar over the current, to measure your life in steps instead of states. So now it's time to break the spell of linearity. Start by noticing where in your life you're trying to grind your way to transformation. Are you stacking habits hoping they'll eventually shift your identity? Are you waiting to feel worthy until some future milestone is hit? Are you treating evolution like a marathon instead of a frequency match? These are signs that the linear trap still has you. Now, let's be clear, structure isn't the enemy. Consistency isn't wrong. But if the energy behind your structure is fear, doubt, or unworthiness, it will backfire, and you'll start chasing growth for the sake of avoiding failure. You'll confuse momentum with meaning. You'll perform your self-worth instead of embodying it. That's the cost of logic without alignment. So what's the alternative? You start tuning in before you act. You shift your internal state first. You listen for resonance, not routine. You ask, who am I being right now? Before asking, what should I do next? Because when your identity is aligned, the doing becomes effortless, inspired, magnetic. You stop pushing outcomes and start attracting them. That's quantum growth. It's nonlinear. It's multidimensional. And it's available the moment you stop trying to deserve the shift and start becoming the version of you who already lives it. And now that you understand why logic can't take you there, you're ready to step into the space that can. Next, we will explore the reality that supports this kind of change, a realm where particles respond to perception, where time bends, and where the limits you once believed in start to unravel before your very eyes. Let's keep going. You've now seen why linear thinking keeps you circling in frustration, and why the subconscious keeps recreating what feels familiar rather than what feels free. So now the question becomes unavoidable: if the reality you've been taught to believe in is broken, what kind of reality actually allows transformation? Let's make something unmistakably clear. You are not just a physical being in a mechanical universe. You are a quantum being living in a responsive, intelligent field where observation shapes outcomes, where frequency determines possibility, and where your inner state is not a reaction to the world, but a direct architect of it. This isn't spiritual poetry. This is physics. Traditional Newtonian science, the model you were taught in school, treats the universe like a machine. Cause and effect, matter and force, action and reaction, everything neatly ordered, separated, and explainable. That model built the modern world, but it cannot explain you, because you are not a fixed object moving through time. You are a field of energy and consciousness, constantly interacting with other fields, constantly being shaped by and shaping the environment around you. And that brings us to one of the most important discoveries of the last 100 years. The quantum model of reality. Quantum physics has revealed that matter is not solid, static, or separate. It's energy, and energy exists as pure potential until it's observed. That means, at the most fundamental level, reality doesn't exist in one fixed state. It exists in multiple probabilities, waiting to be selected. That's right. You are not experiencing the world as it is, you're collapsing it into form through your focus. Let that land. Every moment of attention, every emotional charge, every dominant thought, it all acts like an instruction to the quantum field. You are not watching the movie of your life. You are shaping the film in real time. This is why intention matters, why emotion matters, why subconscious beliefs matter. Because you're not just walking through a pre-written script, you're influencing the script as you go. And this is where the shift begins to accelerate. When you understand that you are not just in the universe. You are of the universe, a participatory node in a vast, intelligent matrix of creation. One that responds not to your words, but to your vibration. The old model says, see it to believe it. The quantum model says, believe it, and you'll start to see it. This isn't fantasy. It's how the observer effect works. The simple act of observing a particle changes its behavior. Measurement collapses the wave of possibility into one outcome. In other words, attention creates reality. This means your perspective is not neutral. It's creative. But if you're observing from fear, doubt, guilt, or limitation, what do you think you're collapsing? That's the danger of unconscious observation. When you see yourself as stuck, broken, or not enough, you signal that frequency to the field. And the field responds by offering more proof, not out of judgment but precision. The field doesn't give you what you want. It mirrors what you are. So how do you shift the output? You shift the input. You start becoming the kind of observer who expects alignment, who anticipates guidance, who radiates the frequency of outcomes not yet visible, because you trust they are already existing as probability, waiting to be selected. The quantum you is not limited by time. Time in this model is not a straight line, it's a landscape. Every possibility, every timeline already exists in some state. You don't create the future. You choose it. Through alignment, through coherence, through identity. And when you realize that, truly realize it, the world around you begins to change in ways that no strategy, routine, or hustle could have predicted. Because you're no longer trying to force an outcome in a linear timeline. You're collapsing outcomes in a multidimensional field. You're no longer stuck trying to fix the past. You're tuning into a future where that past no longer defines you. You're no longer operating from the mind of the old self. You're observing from the consciousness of the next version of you, and that version pulls your present forward like a magnet. This is how reality bends. Not through force, through frequency. And the implications are profound. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you are a vibrational match to. You don't create from thought alone, you create from coherent being. You don't need to understand every step. You need to become the observer who believes the path is already forming beneath your feet. This is the essence of quantum alignment. And now that you see this, now that you know your attention is a sculptor and your frequency is a selection tool, you can never go back to the old game of grind and delay. Because you've seen what's truly shaping your reality. The field does not reward effort. It responds to coherence. The you that operates from fear, trying to control everything, that version keeps you locked in effort. But the you that operates from expansion, trust, and intuitive certainty, that version collapses doors that were never open before. You don't need to become someone new. You need to observe reality from a state that allows that version of you to emerge. Because the quantum field already contains every possible version of you. The question is, which one are you tuned to? And now that you're beginning to tune into this idea, that there's more available to you than what logic or willpower alone can unlock, you're ready to meet the highest intelligence within you. Next, we will open the doorway to the most advanced level of your consciousness, a mind beyond the mind, and uncover how to finally access the place where your potential isn't just an idea. It's a field you can live from. Let's continue. Now that you've felt the edges of your old reality start to dissolve, now that you've glimpsed the truth that you are not just matter but energy, not just a person but a field of consciousness tuning into outcomes, it's time to meet the most important intelligence in this shift. The part of you that doesn't need fixing, doesn't need rewiring, doesn't need years of unlearning to operate from truth. This isn't the subconscious. And it's not the conscious mind either. It is the superconscious. And understanding it changes everything. Let's get something straight from the start. The superconscious is not mystical. It's not metaphorical. It's not an imaginary higher self you pretend to talk to during visualization exercises. It's a real, functional level of your mind, accessible, intelligent, creative, and always present. But unlike your conscious or subconscious systems, which are tied to memory, ego, and survival, the superconscious is tuned into your highest coherence. It sees your entire field, your entire timeline, and every outcome available to you. It sees what you can't. It knows what you're becoming before you even try to articulate it. You could think of your conscious mind as the manager organizing thoughts, weighing options, making logical moves. The subconscious is the executor running pre-programmed beliefs, behaviors, and patterns beneath the surface. But the superconscious? It's the visionary. It's the source of spontaneous clarity, perfect timing, radical intuition, creative downloads, inexplicable peace, and magnetic alignment. You've accessed it before, those moments when you just knew something, when the right decision showed up effortlessly, when everything in your body said yes and the universe seemed to respond. That wasn't chance. That was coherence with your superconscious. And the reason it's not your default operating system is simple. You've been trained to override it. Most of society conditions you to elevate intellect and suppress intuition, to favor repetition over inspiration, to ignore signals from the body and overemphasize input from logic. The result? You live primarily in your conscious and subconscious loops, filtering every possibility through past programming and limited reasoning. But the superconscious doesn't work like that. It doesn't operate from fear. It doesn't replay trauma. It doesn't protect your ego. It guides you based on what is most aligned with your total expansion, not just what feels comfortable. That's why listening to the superconscious can feel risky at first, because it bypasses survival. It offers freedom, not safety. Alignment, not familiarity. It's not here to make you feel secure. It's here to make you sovereign. So the moment you begin to shift from the survival operating system of the subconscious to the visionary intelligence of the superconscious, your entire inner architecture starts to rewire. You stop chasing goals that aren't meant for you. You stop obsessing over how things will happen. You stop needing to convince yourself to act. Because now you're not following a plan. You're following a field. The superconscious communicates differently than your everyday mind. It doesn't shout. It nudges. It sends subtle sensations in your body. It delivers insights mid-sentence. It wakes you up at 3 a.m. with a download so pure, it bypasses all doubt. It speaks the language of alignment. So how do you start accessing it more deliberately? First, you must shift your inner authority. You've been conditioned to ask your conscious mind to figure it out. That's the wrong assignment. The conscious mind can only work with what it knows, and what it knows is painfully limited. The superconscious, on the other hand, sees what the conscious mind cannot even imagine. So begin by asking different questions. Not what should I do, but what's most aligned for me right now? Not how do I fix this, but what truth is trying to emerge here? The answers won't always be immediate, but the shift in energy is, you're opening a new portal of intelligence. And once your superconscious sees you're listening, it speaks more clearly. Second, enter coherence. The superconscious doesn't come through chaos. It comes through calm, openness, curiosity, presence. This isn't about meditating for hours. It's about clearing interference. Silence isn't a ritual. It's a signal to your field that you're ready to receive. You're not forcing answers. You're attuning to them. And third, and this is the one most people miss, you must be willing to act on the guidance you receive. Because if you keep asking your superconscious for direction, then ignore it because it doesn't make sense. The channel weakens. Your superconscious thrives on congruence. When you listen and act, the bridge between your current state and your next quantum leap gets stronger, tighter, faster. This is not blind faith. This is energetic integrity. The more you live in alignment with your superconscious, the more rapidly your life begins to reorganize around the real you, the expanded you. And because the superconscious is operating beyond time, it can shortcut decades of trial and error. Suddenly the right people appear. The old problem unravels itself. The insight you've been trying to extract for years drops in, fully formed. Not because you worked harder, but because you finally moved into the level of mind that already held the answer. And let this be clear, your superconscious is not outside of you. It's not a god, a guru, or an external force. It's you unfiltered. It's your most advanced, unshakable, highest frequency self. Without the baggage, the fear, the loops, or the noise. It's always been there, waiting for you to listen. Now that you understand this, now that you've touched the reality of a mind beyond mind, you'll begin to feel just how much of your identity was built on limitation. Next, we will expose the structure you've been calling you, and begin dissolving the mask that's kept your superconscious locked behind the curtain. Let's keep going. Now that you've felt the edges of your old reality start to dissolve, now that you've glimpsed the truth that you are not just matter but energy, not just a person but a field of consciousness tuning into outcomes, it's time to meet the most important intelligence in this shift. The part of you that doesn't need fixing, doesn't need rewiring, doesn't need years of unlearning to operate from truth. This isn't the subconscious. And it's not the conscious mind either. It is the superconscious. And understanding it changes everything. Let's get something straight from the start. The superconscious is not mystical. It's not metaphorical. It's not an imaginary higher self you pretend to talk to during visualization exercises. It's a real, functional level of your mind, accessible, intelligent, creative, and always present. But unlike your conscious or subconscious systems, which are tied to memory, ego, and survival, the superconscious is tuned into your highest coherence. It sees your entire field, your entire timeline, and every outcome available to you. It sees what you can't. It knows what you're becoming before you even try to articulate it. You could think of your conscious mind as the manager organizing thoughts, weighing options, making logical moves. The subconscious is the executor running pre-programmed beliefs, behaviors, and patterns beneath the surface. But the superconscious? It's the visionary. It's the source of spontaneous clarity, perfect timing, radical intuition, creative downloads, inexplicable peace, and magnetic alignment. You've accessed it before, those moments when you just knew something, when the right decision showed up effortlessly, when everything in your body said yes and the universe seemed to respond. That wasn't chance. That was coherence with your superconscious. And the reason it's not your default operating system is simple. You've been trained to override it. Most of society conditions you to elevate intellect and suppress intuition, to favor repetition over inspiration, to ignore signals from the body and overemphasize input from logic. The result? You live primarily in your conscious and subconscious loops, filtering every possibility through past programming and limited reasoning. But the superconscious doesn't work like that. It doesn't operate from fear. It doesn't replay trauma. It doesn't protect your ego. It guides you based on what is most aligned with your total expansion, not just what feels comfortable. That's why listening to the superconscious can feel risky at first, because it bypasses survival. It offers freedom, not safety. Alignment, not familiarity. It's not here to make you feel secure. It's here to make you sovereign. So the moment you begin to shift from the survival operating system of the subconscious to the visionary intelligence of the superconscious, your entire inner architecture starts to rewire. You stop chasing goals that aren't meant for you. You stop obsessing over how things will happen. You stop needing to convince yourself to act. Because now you're not following a plan. You're following a field. The superconscious communicates differently than your everyday mind. It doesn't shout. It nudges. It sends subtle sensations in your body. It delivers insights mid-sentence. It wakes you up at 3 a.m. with a download so pure, it bypasses all doubt. It speaks the language of alignment. So how do you start accessing it more deliberately? First, you must shift your inner authority. You've been conditioned to ask your conscious mind to figure it out. That's the wrong assignment. The conscious mind can only work with what it knows, and what it knows is painfully limited. The superconscious, on the other hand, sees what the conscious mind cannot even imagine. So begin by asking different questions. Not what should I do, but what's most aligned for me right now? Not how do I fix this, but what truth is trying to emerge here? The answers won't always be immediate, but the shift in energy is. You're opening a new portal of intelligence. And once your superconscious sees you're listening, it speaks more clearly. Second, enter coherence. The superconscious doesn't come through chaos. It comes through calm, openness, curiosity, presence. This isn't about meditating for hours. It's about clearing interference. Silence isn't a ritual. It's a signal to your field that you're ready to receive. You're not forcing answers. You're attuning to them. And third, and this is the one most people miss, you must be willing to act on the guidance you receive. Because if you keep asking your superconscious for direction, then ignore it because it doesn't make sense. The channel weakens. Your superconscious thrives on congruence. When you listen and act, the bridge between your current state and your next quantum leap gets stronger, tighter, faster. This is not blind faith. This is energetic integrity. The more you live in alignment with your superconscious, the more rapidly your life begins to reorganize around the real you, the expanded you. And because the superconscious is operating beyond time, it can shortcut decades of trial and error. Suddenly the right people appear. The old problem unravels itself. The insight you've been trying to extract for years drops in, fully formed. Not because you worked harder, but because you finally moved into the level of mind that already held the answer. And let this be clear, your superconscious is not outside of you. It's not a god, a guru, or an external force. It's you unfiltered. It's your most advanced, unshakable, highest frequency self. Without the baggage, the fear, the loops, or the noise. It's always been there, waiting for you to listen. Now that you understand this, now that you've touched the reality of a mind beyond mind, you'll begin to feel just how much of your identity was built on limitation. Next, we will expose the structure you've been calling you, and begin dissolving the mask that's kept your superconscious locked behind the curtain. Let's keep going. You've just met the superconscious, the intelligence that's always been there, quietly aware, waiting for you to tune in. But to live from that space consistently, something even deeper has to shift. You must be willing to let go of the identity you've spent your entire life protecting. Because the version of you that the world sees, the one who responds, reacts, plays roles, and builds narratives, is not the real you. It's a mask, a scripted character. And it's time you questioned who wrote the script in the first place. This identity, the one that calls itself by your name, clings to your history, and defends your habits, didn't emerge from truth. It was constructed out of necessity, piece by piece, approval by approval, rejection by rejection. You built it to fit into a system that rewarded sameness and punished authenticity. A family, a school, a culture, a society, each with its expectations, labels, and unspoken rules. So you adapted. You edited yourself. You started becoming who you needed to be in order to be accepted, validated, safe. That version became the mask. It's not fake. It's just incomplete. And it's built on old stories that no longer serve your expansion. Here's the paradox. The mask is what got you here, but the mask cannot take you further. Because no matter how much you grow externally, if you're still operating from an outdated identity internally, you'll keep manifesting realities that match the old script. Let's be honest. How many of your struggles are really just conflicts between who you've outgrown and who you're afraid to become? How many of your problems are really the result of loyalty to a past self? And how often do you keep choosing comfort over authenticity because the mask feels safer than truth? This is not about shame. It's about recognition. The mask was a survival mechanism. It helped you belong. It helped you feel seen. It helped you avoid pain. But now it's keeping you small. It's keeping you in patterns that don't match the frequency of your future self. And the reason it's hard to release is because you've attached meaning to it. You think that being the achiever, the fixer, the quiet one, the strong one, the outsider, is who you are. But those roles were reactions, not revelations. They were strategies, not soul. And the more you try to build a future from those roles, the more friction you feel. Because the superconscious doesn't care about your mask. It won't guide the character. It only responds to the real you. So the shift begins by asking a terrifyingly liberating question. Who am I when I stop performing? Who are you when you're not trying to be liked? When you're not trying to be enough? When you're not trying to manage others' perceptions of you? That silence is not emptiness. That silence is truth. Underneath the strategies, the masks, the labels, there is a being that has never changed. A field of consciousness that is not defined by your past, not shaped by your pain, not interested in playing roles. It's that part of you that sees through all of it. The witness, the stillness behind the thoughts, the presence behind the persona. And as you begin to drop the performance, the superconscious has space to move. Because you can't tune into your higher intelligence while clinging to an identity rooted in survival. Let go of "I'm always like this." Let go of "this is just who I am." Let go of "I've never been good at that." These are not truths. They're rehearsed lines from a play you don't need to perform anymore. So how do you release the mask? First, stop arguing for your limitations. Every time you defend a belief that shrinks you, even if it's familiar, you're reattaching to the script. Second, create stillness. The real you doesn't shout. It's not reactive. It doesn't need to convince. That version is found in the pause, in the moments where you don't default to your usual role. Third, practice noticing when the mask shows up. Is it the moment someone challenges you? The second you're asked to be vulnerable? The instant you're unsure of the outcome? Every mask has a trigger. Find it. That's your opportunity to choose differently. And fourth, and this is where the transformation locks in, act from the place underneath the mask. Let your future self speak, move, and respond. Let your decisions reflect the expanded version of you, not the outdated performance. You'll feel resistance. That's normal. The mask doesn't fall off quietly. It tries to hold on. It whispers that you'll lose people, that you'll fail, that you won't be loved if you change. That's the illusion. The truth? When the mask falls away, you become magnetic. Not because you're perfect, but because you're real. Because you're finally tuned to the frequency of your own coherence. And that's where the quantum shift starts accelerating. When you stop pretending, the field starts responding. When you stop repeating, new possibilities begin appearing. When you stop performing, your real identity takes the stage. Not the one made from trauma, but the one born of alignment. And here's the most powerful part. You don't need to find your true self. You only need to subtract everything that isn't it. Your superconscious already knows who you are. It's not confused. It's not waiting for you to become something different. It's simply waiting for you to stop clinging to who you're not. Now that you've begun that process, now that you've started shedding the skin of old roles and letting your real frequency come online, you're ready to address something most people never even think to question: the emotional signals that run the show from the shadows. Next, we will decode the real purpose of emotion, not as feedback but as frequency, and uncover what your feelings have actually been broadcasting to the field this entire time. Let's keep going. Now that the mask has begun to loosen, now that the roles and performances you've called identity start to feel more like costumes than truths, something deeper comes into focus. Not the thoughts you're thinking, but the energy you're emitting. Because underneath every belief, behind every mask, before every action, there's emotion. And that emotion is not just a feeling. It's not just a passing mood. It's a frequency. You are broadcasting a signal to the field at all times. Not through your words, not through your goals, through your emotional state. Let's be clear. The quantum field doesn't speak English. It doesn't understand, "I want abundance," if you're vibrating lack. It doesn't decode, "I deserve love," if you're emanating shame. It listens to your signal and responds in kind. This is the missing piece for most people trying to shift their reality. They affirm, they visualize, they journal, but they're doing all of that while carrying an internal signal that says, "I don't believe this. I don't feel safe. I don't feel worthy." And the field, precise and neutral as it is, doesn't grant what you want. It mirrors what you are. So let's break this illusion wide open. Emotion is not a byproduct. It's a transmission. It's not something you manage. It's something you program with. Every dominant emotional state becomes a frequency that informs the structure of your reality. And if you don't become aware of what you're broadcasting, you'll keep receiving patterns that match old wounds. That's not punishment. That's coherence. So the first step in reclaiming your power is understanding that your emotional baseline is a generator. It's tuning your field every day. Gratitude, high signal, receives more to be grateful for. Resentment, low signal, attracts more to resent. Unworthiness, that's not just a feeling, it's a frequency of rejection. And life will mirror it. Empowerment, that broadcasts, "I'm aligned with my source," and the field will align with you. Now here's where it gets profound. Most of your emotional broadcasting isn't conscious. It's habituated. You've been feeling certain feelings for so long that they've become default frequencies. Not because they're true, but because they're familiar. You don't even question them. You call them just how I feel. But how you feel is your point of attraction. So if your emotional baseline is shaped by old trauma, unresolved pain, or inherited stories, then your field is being calibrated by history, not potential. That ends now. From this point forward, emotional awareness is not just self-care. It's reality architecture. And it begins with noticing your default states. What do you feel when you wake up, without checking your phone, before engaging with the world? Is it calm? Or urgency? Is it neutrality? Or anxiety? Is it openness? Or fear? These baseline frequencies are shaping your energetic signature. And that signature becomes the magnet for people, patterns, opportunities, and even breakdowns. So you start to rewire not by suppressing emotion, but by feeling on purpose. This is the art of emotional frequency tuning. Not faking happiness, not forcing positivity, but learning how to generate aligned emotional states internally, regardless of external triggers. Because once you stop letting the world dictate your state, you become the one sending instructions to the field. That's emotional sovereignty. Now, that doesn't mean only feel good vibes. That's spiritual bypassing, and it doesn't fool the field. This isn't about denying your emotions. It's about decoding them. When anger arises, don't judge it. Listen to what it's broadcasting. It may be carrying a frequency of powerlessness asking to be transmuted. When sadness lingers, don't avoid it. Tune into what belief it's anchored in. Often, sadness is broadcasting a disconnection from truth. Your emotions are not problems. They are data, and they're programmable. Because emotion isn't just chemistry, it's energy in motion. It moves, it shifts, and it responds to attention and intention. So here's the shift. You stop letting emotions define your reality. and start using them to design your reality. Feel gratitude before the evidence shows up. Not as a trick, but as a frequency calibration. Feel safety in your body before the external stabilizes. Not to control outcomes, but to become a match to environments where you naturally thrive. Feel worthiness in your cells. Not because you achieved something, but because you finally realized that your signal is the gateway to the superconscious. You are not here to wait for life to give you a reason to feel aligned. You're here to realize that alignment is a cause, not a consequence. The superconscious responds not to logic, not to planning, but to coherence, the state in which your mind, body, and field are emotionally synchronized with the version of you who is already whole, already chosen, already elevated. You've felt those moments before. Flow, peace, that sense of this is it. That's coherence. And when you're in it, you don't chase. You don't doubt. You don't force. You receive. So now you're being invited into a new level of emotional mastery. One where feeling becomes choosing. One where emotion becomes a tool. Not a reaction to the world, but a signal to the universe. And as you begin to feel differently, not based on past evidence but future alignment, you will watch as the field reshapes itself in response. Not because you tricked it, because you tuned to it. Now that you understand how emotion shapes frequency, and how frequency shapes outcomes, you're ready to confront the deeper architecture that traps most people in emotional loops. Next, we will expose the hidden machinery of the mind, the repeating mental programs you mistake for thinking, and show you how to finally break free from the trap of recycling your past as your future. Let's keep going. Now that you've seen emotion as frequency, now that you recognize your feelings as signals, not symptoms, you may start to realize something even more confronting. Most of your thoughts aren't new. They aren't original. They aren't even yours. They're loops, recycled mental patterns, echoing fragments of yesterday, last week, last year, and the moments that shaped you long before you were old enough to filter them. You're not thinking most of the time. You're replaying. Let's break that illusion wide open. Your conscious mind tells you that thought equals progress. That if you keep analyzing, planning, dissecting, predicting, you're doing something productive. But that's not what's happening. When you're stuck in repetitive thought, you're not evolving, you're recirculating old energy. You're trapped inside the mental matrix. A self-generated system of narratives, assumptions, and beliefs that only feel true because you've thought them so often. And here's the catch. Your brain loves repetition. The more you repeat a thought, the less energy it takes to fire it again. That's how neural pathways form. It's efficient. But it's also dangerous, because your brain doesn't care if the repeated thought is empowering or destructive. It only cares that it's familiar. So if you keep thinking, I'm behind, people don't get me, what if this doesn't work? Or, I'm not ready yet, those thoughts become hardwired. Not because they're true, but because they're repeated. That's how the matrix is built. And the more familiar a thought becomes, the more invisible it gets. You don't even notice it anymore. It just runs you. The matrix becomes your inner narrator. The voice that comments on everything. The one that never shuts up. The one that hijacks silence, overanalyzes the unknown, mistrusts your intuition, and constantly tries to figure things out. This is not intelligence. This is mental noise, and noise keeps you trapped. Because when you're trapped in thought, you're not in presence. And if you're not in presence, you're not in power. You're just performing simulations of control, rehearsing outcomes you can't predict and trying to solve problems that don't exist yet. This is why thinking harder rarely brings clarity. Because clarity doesn't come from thinking. It comes from stillness. Let that land. The real breakthroughs, the ones that move you forward, they don't show up when you're frantically thinking your way out of a problem. They arrive when you quiet the loop long enough to hear something new. And that new, that download, that insight, that intuitive whisper doesn't come from the matrix. It comes from your superconscious. But the matrix is so loud, so constant, so convincing, that most people never tune out of it long enough to access anything higher. So let's get precise. The matrix is not thinking. It's compulsion. It's the emotional need to mentally manage your reality. It's a survival system, and it gets triggered anytime you feel unsafe, uncertain, or out of control. Thought becomes a drug, not a tool. And the withdrawal is uncomfortable. That's why silence feels scary for so many people. Because when the loop pauses, all the unresolved energy that's been suppressed by overthinking starts to surface. But that's exactly what needs to happen. To exit the matrix, you don't fight the thoughts. You observe them. You witness the loop without merging with it. You stop identifying with the voice in your head. You stop assuming that every thought you think is a reflection of truth. And you begin to separate awareness from narrative. This is the beginning of liberation. You don't need to believe every thought that arises. You don't need to attach to every story your mind tells you about who you are, what's possible, or what's going to go wrong. You are not the thought. You are the space in which the thought arises. And once you begin to rest in that space, even for a few seconds, the matrix begins to break down. You start catching the loop before it takes over. You hear the familiar anxiety story start to spin. And you pause. You feel the old doubt script begin to whisper. And you breathe. This is how power returns, in micro moments of awareness where the program doesn't get to run unchallenged. And over time, something beautiful happens. The silence between the thoughts starts to feel more familiar than the thoughts themselves. And in that silence, the superconscious can speak. It doesn't yell. It doesn't argue. It doesn't loop. It just offers clarity, truth, knowing. Not in the form of noise, but in the form of presence. So now you have a choice. Continue performing thought as a ritual of control. Or begin using thought as a servant of intention. Because thought is not the enemy. Unconscious thought is. And the more conscious you become of the loops, the more choice you reclaim about which thoughts you entertain, which emotions you feed, and which frequencies you broadcast. This is mental sovereignty. And it begins not by mastering thought, but by remembering you are the one who observes it. Now that you've begun to break the loop, now that you've opened space for new levels of clarity and intuitive insight to emerge, the illusion of time begins to shift as well. Next, we will challenge one of the most rigid beliefs you've carried your entire life, the idea that time is linear, limited, and in control. We'll expose it as a mental construct and reveal what happens when you access the state that quantum thinkers, mystics, and flow state experts have known for centuries, the eternal now. Let's continue. You've seen the matrix of thought, how repetition creates false reality, how compulsive thinking keeps you from presence, how the mind loops and loops in an effort to feel safe. Now we turn to the greatest illusion the loop protects: time. If you ask most people to describe where they are in life, they'll talk in terms of timelines. They'll say they're behind, or running out of time, or working towards something. Time becomes not just a measurement, but an identity. And when time becomes your identity, you're no longer living. You're chasing. But here's the truth almost no one is taught to recognize. Time is not what you think it is. You were trained to see time as a linear sequence. Past, present, future, where events unfold like beads on a string. This structure is useful for organizing calendars and planning projects. But it's not how consciousness actually operates. In reality, time is not a line. It's a field. And everything you think is in the future already exists as a potential in that field. The only reason it feels distant is because your current frequency isn't matching it yet. This is why your future is not something you move toward. It's something you tune into. You don't evolve by climbing a ladder of time. You shift by collapsing possibility into presence. The past doesn't exist behind you. It exists in memory. The future doesn't exist in front of you. It exists in imagination. And the only real access point, the only place where change can occur, is the now. This moment. Not a conceptual now. Not a mindfulness trick. A real, raw, unfiltered now, where you are fully inside your body, fully present in your awareness, fully tuned to what is here, not what might be. The eternal now is not bound by clocks. It is a state of consciousness. And when you enter it, truly enter it, something extraordinary happens. Time begins to lose its grip. Anxiety dissolves. Because anxiety lives in the imagined future. Regret vanishes. Because regret lives in a replayed past. Even urgency softens. Because urgency is often just fear pretending to be discipline. In the now, there is no chase. There is no lack. There is only access, and the superconscious only lives here. It doesn't respond to you when you're projecting 5 steps ahead or ruminating on what went wrong. It responds to you when you are in full presence, still enough to listen, aligned enough to receive. So why does it feel so hard to stay here? Because your conditioning is addicted to time. It wants to rush, to predict, to manage, to forecast. It wants to protect the identity that says, I need more time, or I'll get there eventually. It wants to convince you that the now isn't enough, that you're incomplete, in progress, behind. But that's the lie, because the now is not a moment. It's a portal, and inside that portal, everything can change. Not gradually, instantly. When you align your awareness, emotion, and intention in the now, you create coherence. And coherence collapses time. You've felt this before. Those moments when everything clicks, when synchronicities line up, when clarity arrives without force. That's not magic. That's presence. You were finally still enough to tune into the field that was always available. This is how quantum shifts occur. Not through effort over time, but through access in the now. So how do you access the eternal now more often? First, bring awareness to your breath. Not to calm yourself, but to anchor yourself. The breath is always in the now. You cannot breathe into the future or past. It is a direct bridge into presence. Second, notice your senses. Not your thoughts about the moment, but the actual moment. What does your body feel? What sounds are here? What sensations are moving through you? These small shifts snap you back into presence. They deactivate the mental simulator that's always trying to escape this moment. And third, and most powerfully, choose to act from now. Don't wait for permission from the future. Don't defer your alignment until the right time. Act from the version of you who already lives in presence, because presence is power. The person who is fully here doesn't need to hustle toward wholeness. They are already whole. And when you operate from that state, reality begins to shape itself around you. Opportunities arrive sooner. People respond differently. Creativity surges. Energy flows. Resistance drops. Why? Because the field only responds to now. You're not manifesting outcomes in the future. You're selecting from infinite versions of reality and collapsing the one you're aligned with now. So the shift you're waiting for is not on a clock. It's waiting for your coherence. That dream version of you, the one with clarity, alignment, peace, abundance, purpose, they're not far away. They're already present. But they only exist in the frequency of now. And until you match it, you'll keep calling it the future, instead of realizing it's already available. So feel into this moment. Breathe. Listen. Drop the chase. The now is not empty. It's everything. And now that you've seen this, now that you've tasted what it means to live outside the grip of time, you're ready for one of the most profound truths in quantum living. That your very attention is not just passive awareness, but a creative force. Next, we will explore how what you focus on doesn't just influence your experience, it creates it, and how choosing the right observer changes everything the universe shows you in return. Let's continue. You've now stepped into the eternal now, that pure access point beyond clocks, beyond urgency, beyond illusion. In that stillness, you glimpse the truth that you are not just moving through life. You are shaping it with every moment of awareness. So now comes a question most people never even think to ask. Who is doing the watching? Because what you observe, you influence. And how you observe it, that determines what it becomes. This isn't a philosophy. This is science. In quantum physics, there's a principle called the observer effect. It reveals that the act of observation actually alters the behavior of particles. When something is being watched, it shifts. Matter, the stuff your world is made of, is not fixed. It responds to attention. Let that sink in. The reality you're living in isn't just unfolding to you. It's responding through you. Every moment, every outcome, every so-called coincidence, all of it is interacting with the observer that is you. But here's where it gets profound. You are not a single observer. You are a layered consciousness, and different versions of you perceive reality in different ways. There's the wounded observer, always scanning for threat, waiting for betrayal, expecting disappointment. There's the rational observer, always analyzing, calculating, trying to stay ahead of life. There's the hopeful observer, always future-focused, wishing for a better day. And then there's the quantum observer, still aware, unconditioned, deeply present. Each one sees life differently, and life reflects what each one sees. That's the power of this truth. You don't just see reality, you create it by the lens you see it through. You think you're interpreting reality, but in fact, you're directing it. You walk into a room with the expectation that people won't understand you, and suddenly, everything they say feels cold, distant, off. You look at your finances through the lens of never enough, and no matter how much comes in, the scarcity persists. You meet someone through the lens of abandonment, and you start searching for the signs of the end before it even begins. This is not proof of reality. This projection. You are observing from the filter, not the field. And until you become aware of who's watching, you can't change what you see. So let's ask the question directly. Who is the observer you've been operating from? Whose eyes are you seeing life through? Are they yours? Or were they shaped by parents, past relationships, unresolved wounds, or survival states? This is not a judgment. It's an awakening. Because once you identify the current observer, you gain the power to shift it. And when you shift the observer, reality reconfigures. The field doesn't wait for permission. It listens to frequency. You stop looking at life through the eyes of the wounded child, and you begin observing through the lens of the superconscious, the version of you who expects alignment, trusts timing, feels worthy without needing proof. And when that becomes your dominant observer, patterns break, because you're no longer attracting from a distorted signal. You're radiating a new reference point, and reality bends to meet it. This is why people say change your perception, change your life. But most never go far enough. Perception isn't just about attitude or mindset. It's about who inside you is doing the seeing. So how do you shift the observer? First, become aware of the lens. Start noticing your default interpretations. When something unexpected happens, who shows up to analyze it? When you don't hear back from someone, which version of you creates the story? Track the narrative. Second, pause before labeling. Most people slap meaning onto reality so quickly, they never notice how distorted their lens has become. Instead, wait, feel. Let the data speak before your trauma gets a chance to narrate. Third, install a new observer. Not by pretending, not by forcing positive thoughts, but by rehearsing alignment. You ask, how would the future version of me see this moment? Then you borrow that lens, and you practice it until it becomes normal. This is how you train the quantum observer to take the lead. And over time, something powerful begins to happen. You don't just react differently, you see differently. Where there was threat, you see opportunity. Where there was delay, you sense divine timing. Where there was rejection, you recognize redirection. Where there was uncertainty, you feel possibility. This isn't magic. This is mechanics. Because when the observer shifts, the field responds. And now you understand why repeating affirmations without shifting the observer doesn't work. Why changing your environment without upgrading your perspective just moves your patterns to a new location. It's not enough to wish for new outcomes. You have to become the one who expects them. And you can't expect from the wounded observer. They don't believe in worthiness. They believe in survival. You can't expect from the overthinking observer. They believe in control, not alignment. Only the quantum observer creates from a place of stillness, trust, and direct energetic congruence. And that's what you're stepping into now. You are not your past lens. You are not your inherited assumptions. You are not the trauma scanner, the inner critic, the anxious futurist. You are the awareness beneath all of it. And when you return to that awareness, the real observer, your life can begin to reflect the clarity that's always been available. Now that you've felt this. Now that you've shifted the lens. Now that you've begun to understand that the observer is not passive but participatory. You're ready to stop reacting altogether. Next, we will break the reactive loop and shift fully into the space where you stop responding to life as a victim of energy. And begin creating from the field of pure potential. Let's continue. Up until now, most of your life has been spent in a state of reaction. Something happens, a situation, a comment, a challenge, and you respond. Sometimes with resistance, sometimes with strategy, sometimes with panic dressed up as productivity. This reactivity becomes so familiar that you mistake it for being in control. But here's the deeper truth. Reacting is not control. Reacting is entrapment. Every reaction is a signal that you are responding from a previous emotional signature. A trigger, a memory, a frequency you didn't choose in that moment, but one that was activated by a cue in your environment. That cue could be subtle. A tone of voice, a certain phrase, a delay, a disappointment, and suddenly, the program kicks in. You're not responding to what's happening. You're responding to the meaning your body assigned to it. This is the hallmark of reactive consciousness. And it's the opposite of what the superconscious offers. Reaction comes from conditioning. Creation comes from coherence. Let that distinction guide you from this point forward. The reactive mind is fast. It assumes, defends, analyzes, explains. It wants to fix, solve, prove. But it's not building anything. It's just surviving. The creator mode, by contrast, moves from a deeper place. It doesn't rush to meet the moment. It shapes the moment. It doesn't match energy. It sets the energy. This is what it means to exit the loop of automatic living, where your reality is no longer a series of emotionally coded responses, but a canvas on which you paint frequency, vision, and truth. So how do you make that shift? Step 1 is recognition. You have to catch yourself in the act of reacting. Not to shame yourself, but to reclaim choice. You feel the tension rise. The old story rushes in. The usual behaviors start to kick in. Silence, defensiveness, over-explaining, people-pleasing, numbing out, getting loud. That's the moment. Pause, breathe, step out of the loop before the cycle completes. And then, here's where power returns. Ask a better question. What would a creator do here? Not a controller. Not a fixer, a creator. Because a creator doesn't look for what's broken. They look for what's possible. They ask, what do I want to create in this moment? What frequency do I choose to bring forward? What reality do I want to sculpt with my energy? And here's the key, this isn't passive. It's not pretending everything is fine. It's an active, conscious state of authorship. You stop reacting to what is, and you start designing what can be. You don't need permission for this shift. You just need awareness. You don't need to feel ready. You need to feel present. And when you act from creation, you begin to lead the energy in every situation. You speak differently. You hold your ground differently. You see options where others see obstacles. Why? Because the creator isn't stuck in emotion. They're moving through emotion to vision. Reaction says, this moment controls me. Creation says, this moment is raw material. It's not what happens, it's what you build from it. The argument becomes a space for clearer boundaries. The delay becomes a moment to refine alignment. The discomfort becomes a call to rise in frequency. The unexpected becomes a doorway to the next pattern-breaking choice. This is not about being positive. It's about being sovereign. And sovereignty doesn't mean ignoring your triggers. It means holding your frequency regardless of them. The world is constantly offering you invitations to regress, to return to old roles, old fears, old defenses. But now, you're no longer a match to those loops. You're not here to match energy. You're here to lead it. So what does that look like in real time? Someone sends a message laced with judgment. The old self wants to defend, explain, prove. The creator pauses, breathes, and responds from clarity, or doesn't respond at all because power sometimes chooses silence. Project fails. The reactive self spirals into self-blame, worry, doubt. The creator observes the emotional charge and redirects attention to a deeper alignment. Something better is trying to reach them. You get triggered by a delay, a rejection, a change. The reactive self tries to grasp control. The creator remembers, I don't chase, I choose. This isn't about being robotic or emotionless. Quite the opposite. It's about owning your state so completely that you stop outsourcing your frequency to circumstances. You become the one who determines what gets activated inside you, not the world around you. And when you live like this, the field begins to reflect something new. Not because you forced an outcome, but because you finally stopped mirroring dysfunction and started anchoring truth. This is the power of creation. You don't need better habits, more motivation, or another system. You need to remember that you're not here to respond to life. You're here to compose it. And that composition doesn't start with action. It starts with being. Who are you being right now? Are you being the loop? Or are you being the source? Because the superconscious isn't activated through reaction. It's accessed through intentional awareness, through frequency choice, through authorship. And once you start living as a creator, you realize how much of your life was spent reacting to a reality you didn't design. Now you're choosing differently. And in that choice, you begin to feel something even deeper, that much of what you've been calling reality is actually a script you inherited, a dimension you didn't author, a construct built on limitation. Next, we will expose that construct in full and reveal the three-dimensional mental architecture that has been keeping you stuck in scarcity, fear, and separation. Even as you try to grow, let's keep going. You've now begun living from creator mode, interrupting the loop of reaction and stepping into intentional design. But even as you start to shape your inner state and respond to life differently, there's something far larger operating in the background. The 3D trap. Most people live their entire lives inside this trap without ever questioning it. Not because they choose to, but because they don't know it exists. It's not a physical prison. It's a perceptual one. And it's everywhere. You've heard people talk about the 3D reality, maybe in spiritual terms, maybe as just a metaphor, but this isn't just language. It's a very real state of consciousness. And it shapes how you experience money, love, success, your body, your worth, your future. Everything. So what exactly is the 3D trap? It's the belief that reality is only what you can measure, see, and control. That matter comes first and consciousness is an afterthought. That cause and effect move in a straight line. That worth must be earned. That safety must be defended. That effort is the only currency of progress. It's a dimension built on separation. You are here. Life is out there. You must chase it, fix it, achieve it, prove yourself to it. You must manipulate the external world to feel anything inside. That's the 3D illusion. And the reason it feels so real is because your senses are tuned to it. The 3D lens filters every experience through the question. Is this safe? Am I winning? Do they approve? What do I need to control? That lens becomes your default worldview. And even when you try to shift, even when you try to meditate, visualize, or reprogram, if your core operating system is still running on 3D beliefs, nothing sticks. Why? Because the field responds to frequency, not effort. And 3D consciousness is rooted in the lowest frequencies. Fear, lack, separation, competition, self-doubt. You can't manifest a quantum life while running on a survival frequency. So the first step out of the trap is exposure. You must see it for what it is. You must stop calling it reality and start calling it what it truly is. A script. A script handed down by parents who were afraid. By systems designed to control. By cultures addicted to performance. By a society that rewards suffering and glorifies burnout. This script is not neutral. It trains you to seek approval. It trains you to mistrust ease. It convinces you that alignment must be earned. And worst of all, it teaches you to distrust your own knowing. You feel the pull of intuition, and the 3D voice says, that's not practical. You sense a shift is needed, and the 3D mind says, that's too risky. You feel called to step into something bigger, and the 3D belief whispers, you're not ready. Who do you think you are? This is how the trap keeps you small, not with violence but with logic. It weaponizes reason to keep you aligned with limitation. And the tragedy is that you don't just believe it. You live it. You build relationships from fear. You make career moves from obligation. You shrink your voice to avoid judgment. You settle for patterns that match your perceived realistic identity, not your expanded self. But now you're waking up. Now you can see that the 3D reality is not the reality. It's just one layer, one option, one dimension of perception. And there's a way out. You don't escape it by fighting it. You rise above it by no longer matching its frequency. So how do you do that? First, you begin noticing its fingerprints. The moment you feel urgency, pause. Urgency is 3D. The field has no urgency. It operates in perfect timing. The moment you hear a thought like, "I'm behind," "It's too late," "They're ahead of me," pause. That's 3D comparison energy. A scarcity program running in disguise. The moment you feel like you need to earn your next breakthrough, stop. That's 3D effort mode speaking. It will grind you down and still leave you feeling unworthy. These are the signs you're tuned into the wrong channel. And now that you can recognize them, you can choose differently. The key is frequency over logic. Don't ask, "What makes sense?" Ask, "What's in resonance?" Don't ask, "How can I control this?" Ask, "Where's my energy being guided?" Don't ask, "What's the plan?" Ask, "What's the frequency I want to embody?" Because 3D keeps you fixated on the external, while the higher dimensions of self know the truth. The internal creates the external. Consciousness precedes matter. Frequency drives form. And as you begin to orient from that place, from energy first, state first, intention first, the trap starts to dissolve. You're no longer caught in cause and effect. You're operating from cause. You're no longer reacting to life. You're selecting from it. You're no longer chasing time. You're collapsing it. You are exiting the illusion that says, "This is just how things are," and entering the reality where your inner world leads. And when you do this consistently, the field begins to reconfigure around you. Not in theory, in practice. People fall away. Not by drama, by mismatch. Opportunities arrive. Not through hustle, through frequency. Clarity sharpens. Energy rises. Timing aligns. Not because you forced it, but because you stopped obeying a script you didn't write. This is how the 3D trap loses power. Not when the system breaks, but when you stop believing it's the only system available. Now that you've seen it, now that you've exposed the cage and the program, you're ready to move into the next stage of access. The gateway. Next, we will uncover the hidden bridge between where you are and the version of you that already lives in alignment. It's not outside you. It's not in your next achievement. It's the imagination you've been trained to dismiss. Let's keep going. You've just seen through the 3D trap, that heavy, logic-bound, survival-based matrix that's kept you reacting to life rather than creating it. Now, the shift begins. Not by fighting the old dimension, but by activating the gateway to the next one. That gateway is not a tool. It's not a concept. It's not even something you have to learn. It's something you've had since the beginning. Your imagination. And if that surprises you, it's only because you were trained to underestimate it. Most people think imagination is a place for fantasies, daydreams, and distractions. A space for children and artists, not serious creators. But here's the truth. Your imagination is the primary interface between your conscious mind and your superconscious field. It's not decorative. It's functional. And when used deliberately, it becomes the bridge, the portal between your current state and the version of you that already exists in a higher frequency. Imagination is how the superconscious speaks in visual language. It's how the body begins to feel before something exists. It's how you collapse possibility into alignment, not through action first, but through access. Let's break this wide open. When you imagine something clearly and emotionally, your brain doesn't distinguish it from reality. It begins firing neurons as if the event is already occurring. Your nervous system gets involved. Your energy field shifts. Your emotional signature starts to realign. You are literally becoming the frequency of your future self before it arrives. This is not pretend. This is preparation. It's how you prime your field. It's how you begin to collapse new outcomes into the now, by tuning into them with more clarity than you tune into your current limitations. But here's where most people get stuck. They use imagination as escape, not activation. They daydream to avoid the present, rather than using it to shape the present. They visualize with wishful energy, not with conviction. They try to manifest from lack instead of embodiment. That's not imagination. That's fantasy. And fantasy doesn't change your field. Imagination, when used correctly, is embodiment in advance. It's not seeing something and hoping it happens. It's feeling it as already done, and allowing that new emotional signature to overwrite your current identity. Let's make that real. If you were already living in full alignment, how would you move? How would you speak? How would your body feel? What would no longer stress you? Who would you no longer tolerate? What would no longer need explaining? That version of you already exists in the field. And when you begin to rehearse their frequency through imagination, not just thinking about it, but becoming it, the signal gets stronger. And when the signal gets stronger, the field responds. You meet people who match the version you've been rehearsing. You get ideas that belong to that frequency, not your old one. You're pulled toward decisions that bypass logic but make perfect energetic sense. And it all begins not with action, but with internal rehearsal. Because every time you engage your imagination consciously, you're communicating to your superconscious. This is where I'm choosing from. Not from the trauma loop. Not from the scarcity program. Not from the 3D logic trap. From a new dimension. One where time bends, frequency leads, and identity is fluid. This is 4D consciousness. It's not fully in the superconscious yet, but it's beyond the trap of matter-based identity. It's the threshold. It's the hallway between limitation and quantum alignment. And imagination is the door. So how do you use it deliberately? First, create inner space. Imagination doesn't work in chaos. Set time aside to close your eyes, quiet your thoughts, and open to a reality that isn't tied to your current one. Second, be specific. Vague desires create vague frequencies. Get clear on what the version of you feels like, walks like, breathes like. This isn't about micromanaging the future. It's about aligning emotionally with what already exists as potential. Third, activate all senses. Don't just see the life. Feel it. Hear the environment. Smell the air. Let your nervous system believe it's real. And fourth, lock it in emotionally. Your emotions are the charge that magnetize the field. Thinking about your vision is one thing. Feeling it as true is what collapses it into your timeline. That's when it starts showing up in ways your conscious mind could never plan. That's when life becomes less about chasing outcomes and more about selecting realities. But here's the warning. If you try to imagine while staying emotionally loyal to your current self-image, you'll sabotage the signal. You can't imagine being powerful while feeling like a victim. You can't rehearse abundance while staying emotionally entangled in scarcity. You can't align with the quantum version of you while identifying with the version who keeps asking for permission. Imagination only works when your emotional identity matches the vision you're tuning into. That's why it's a gateway. It trains your body to feel a different version of truth before external confirmation. And once your body believes it, the field has no choice but to follow. So use this daily, not just as a ritual but as a reminder. The future is not something you earn. It's something you remember through imagination. And now that you've begun remembering, now that you've engaged the version of you who lives beyond the 3D trap, you're ready to meet the space where everything that version wants already exists. Not as fantasy, as fields of possibility. Next, we will enter that space fully and uncover what happens when you move beyond rehearsal and into direct selection. Let's continue. You've now activated the 4D gateway, using imagination not as a daydream, but as a conscious tool for embodiment. You've begun tuning your frequency to the future self who already exists. And you've started to feel the pull of something greater. Now it's time to go further, beyond vision, beyond rehearsal, into direct access. Welcome to the superconscious field, the space where all possibilities already exist. Not metaphorically, not someday, right now. In this field, the version of you with peace already exists. The version of you with abundance already exists. The version of you who no longer self-sabotages, no longer doubts, no longer plays small already exists. And they are not somewhere else in time. They are here but on a different frequency. This is the ultimate truth the conscious mind resists. You're not becoming that version of you. You're either tuned to them or you're not. That's the essence of the superconscious field. It's not a location. It's not a place you reach. It's an intelligent space of potential, a non-local reality layer that contains infinite versions of you, infinite outcomes, infinite timelines, all existing simultaneously in energetic form. This isn't just spiritual theory. Quantum physics has already shattered the idea of a fixed universe. In the quantum model, particles exist as probabilities, waves, until they're observed. Once observed, the wave collapses into a specific outcome. Which wave collapses? The one your frequency selects. That's what the superconscious field responds to. Not your effort, not your goals, not your words, your state. When your internal state, your thoughts, emotions, identity, and attention coherently align with a particular outcome, that outcome becomes the most likely wave to collapse into your physical reality. It was never about trying harder. It was about tuning deeper. So now, the question shifts from, how do I get there? To what version of me am I tuned to right now? Feel the difference. You're not moving through time, hoping life gives you what you asked for. You're moving through frequencies, collapsing into the versions of reality that match your inner signal. That's the superconscious field in motion. It's alive, it's intelligent, it's precise, and it doesn't respond to your stories, it responds to your coherence. That means if you say you want freedom, but your nervous system is still addicted to chaos, the field doesn't bring freedom. It mirrors chaos. If you declare love, but broadcast rejection through subtle self-loathing, the field brings you partners who confirm your unworthiness. This isn't judgment, it's mechanics. The field doesn't punish or reward. It reflects. And once you fully accept that, you reclaim a kind of power most people never even touch, the power to select, not chase. So how do you engage the field directly? Step 1, stop negotiating with what is. You don't need to argue with your current reality. That's a 3D habit. You don't fight the present. You simply shift your frequency and allow the field to reconfigure. This requires emotional discipline, not control, congruence. Step 2, anchor into the desired state before evidence appears. This is the hardest part for the logical mind. It wants proof. It wants confirmation. But the superconscious field doesn't operate on evidence. It operates on energy. So you begin to embody outcomes before they arrive. You don't act as if. You act as is. Step 3, stay in the state longer than you stay in the doubt. This is where most people lose momentum. They tune into possibility. But then check for confirmation. They oscillate. They cancel the selection by returning to the frequency of the old self. You must stay loyal to the signal, not the old story. And step 4, listen for instruction, not interference. The superconscious doesn't just deliver outcomes. It guides you toward alignment. That means you'll get intuitive nudges. Clear yes, quiet but powerful no's. When you act on them, even when they don't make sense, you're saying to the field, I trust this frequency. I'm tuned in. Let's go. That's when things start accelerating. That's when time bends. That's when doors open that logic didn't even know existed. Because the superconscious field isn't linear. It moves in quantum jumps, synchronicities, sudden upgrades, rapid identity shifts. It's not chaotic. It's precise. And the more you engage with it, the more undeniable it becomes. So what's required from you? Identity coherence. The old self can't walk through the new door. You must stop identifying as the one who needs, wants, or hopes for something different. And start identifying as the one who already aligns with it. Because in the field, it's already done. And when you say yes to that, not as an idea but as a felt truth, the timeline where it's done says yes to you. This is not performance. It's not pretending. It's selection. And you have access to this every day. When you wake up, what version of you do you tune into? When you feel resistance, what timeline are you matching? When you speak, when you breathe, when you decide, what frequency are you transmitting? You are always selecting. Now you're just doing it consciously. And as you hold this awareness, not with pressure but with power, you begin to live not just from the field, but with it, in collaboration, as a co-creative force. This is what the superconscious has been waiting for, your alignment, not your effort. Now that you've felt this, now that you know the field is real, accessible, and responsive, you're ready for the next evolution. To understand that everything showing up in your life right now is a mirror of the frequency you've been selecting. Next, we will learn to decode that mirror and use it not to judge ourselves but to receive the clearest possible feedback from the field. Let's keep going. Now that you've stepped fully into the superconscious field, now that you understand you're not waiting for outcomes, but selecting realities, something even more profound comes into view. You are surrounded by feedback. All the time. Everywhere. Not from people. Not from opinions. Not from random events. From the field itself. Reality isn't just happening around you. It's reflecting you, continuously, precisely, and without distortion. You are living in what can only be described as a hall of mirrors. And those mirrors aren't here to judge you. They're here to show you. This is one of the most powerful recognitions on the path to superconscious living. Your external world is not objective. It's interpretive. It's the projection of your internal state, your emotional baseline, your dominant identity. Every moment you're alive, you are radiating a frequency. And the field reflects that frequency back in the form of experiences, encounters, results, and coincidences. Not as random tests, not as punishment, as feedback loops. Let's make this painfully real. If you constantly feel unseen, what are you broadcasting? If life keeps giving you almost results, what timeline are you tuned to? If you keep meeting people who trigger the same core wound, what frequency is anchoring that story? Most people walk through life thinking they're reacting to circumstances, but in truth, they're reacting to reflections. And because they don't realize the mirror is at play, they keep trying to change the reflection without shifting the signal. They switch jobs, end relationships, start new routines, but the pattern follows them. Why? Because the observer hasn't changed. The signal hasn't changed. Only the setting has. This is why the work isn't to fix the outside. It's to decode what the outside is showing you and adjust your alignment accordingly. Because the field doesn't lie. It's not emotional. It doesn't respond to your self-talk, your affirmations, your intentions alone. It responds to your embodied frequency and then holds up a mirror. So how do you use that mirror to accelerate your growth instead of staying stuck in frustration? Start here. Step 1, drop judgment. Everything in your current reality is feedback. Not failure. Not destiny. Not proof of your worth. Just feedback. If you judge the mirror, you distort the message. Step 2, ask, what is this showing me about me? Not about other people. Not about the system. About you. What internal signal might be calling in this pattern? What identity might still be active beneath the surface? Step 3, shift the frequency, not the face. If someone triggers rejection, shift the part of you still expecting it. If money feels tight, shift the energy of lack inside, not the number in the account. The moment your signal changes, the reflection will too. Step 4, hold the shift long enough to override the old loop. This is the part most people skip. They change their mindset for a day, then look at reality and get discouraged. That's like lifting weights once and expecting a new body. The mirror needs consistency. Your field needs time to stabilize in the new signal. And as you do this work, patiently, cleanly, consciously, reality begins to feel different. You stop chasing change and start watching alignment unfold. You stop looking for signs and start recognizing patterns with surgical clarity. You stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what is this reflecting about me? Because now you're living from the creator seat, not the reactor. Now you're watching the game unfold with awareness instead of emotional attachment. And here's where the quantum shift deepens. Sometimes the mirror reflects not just your dominant emotion, but your next edge. You'll get shown the thing that's ready to leave your field. The limiting belief that's been operating just under the surface. The old identity that you thought you healed, but still shows up when pressure rises. This isn't regression. This is refinement. The field is showing you, this piece is still active. Want to clear it? And now you can say yes without flinching, because you're no longer afraid of what the mirror reveals. You're using it. You're working with it. You're adjusting your signal with the precision of a master, not the panic of a beginner. This is why your superconscious journey accelerates as you become less reactive to what's out there and more attuned to what's being mirrored from within. You stop seeing problems and start seeing programs. You stop feeling personally attacked by life and start reading reality as a language. one that speaks in frequency, not sentences. And the field becomes your feedback system, not your opponent, not your obstacle. It becomes your reflection tool. So every delay, a timing mirror. Every rejection, a self-worth mirror. Every breakthrough, a coherence mirror. The question is no longer, why is this happening? It's, what's the frequency I've been broadcasting that created this reflection? And more importantly, what's the new signal I choose now? This is how you master reality, not by trying to control the reflection, but by mastering the vibration that creates it. And now that you can see this clearly, now that you understand you've always been surrounded by perfect feedback, you're ready to address the deeper mechanism that fuels your personal universe. Your beliefs, not the conscious ones you talk about, the embedded ones, the ones hiding behind emotion, identity, and memory. Next, we will uncover how these beliefs collapse your infinite possibilities into the same predictable outcomes, and how to shift them at the root so you can unlock a reality your old self never thought was possible. Let's continue. Now that you've begun decoding your reality, now that you've recognized your life as a mirror, reflecting your internal frequency with precision, it's time to look beneath the signal. Because every frequency you emit, every emotion you repeat, every timeline you collapse into, is powered by something deeper, your beliefs. Beliefs are the blueprint beneath it all, the silent architects of your field, the hidden filters that determine not just what you perceive, but what you're allowed to experience. In the quantum model, all possibilities exist as pure potential. Every outcome, every version of you, every path forward. But that potential only becomes real, only collapses into physical experience, when it is observed. That's the wave function collapsing into a particle. That's how the quantum field works. And here's the kicker. Your beliefs are doing the collapsing. They're choosing which possibilities you're a match to, not by logic, but by frequency. This is why you can visualize abundance, journal about love, meditate on success, and still keep living in scarcity, conflict, or struggle. Because while your conscious mind is asking for one thing, your subconscious beliefs are collapsing another. And the field doesn't respond to what you say. It responds to what you believe is available. So let's make this clear. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you believe is safe to have. Read that again, because this is where the truth hits hard. If you believe that success will isolate you, you'll unconsciously push it away. If you believe that being seen equals being judged, you'll stay small even while pretending to build your brand. If you believe that wealth requires burnout, you'll keep burning out no matter how much you learn about flow. This is how belief systems collapse the quantum field into loops. And this is why new action with old beliefs still creates old results. So the first step in changing your reality isn't more doing. It's identifying the beliefs that are quietly scripting it. How do you do that? Start by watching your language. Not just your words, but your internal commentary. I've always struggled with money. I'm not someone who attracts love easily. I can't trust people. I need to work harder if I want to keep up. Nothing ever works out quickly for me. These aren't innocent thoughts. They are belief anchors. And every time they go unchallenged, they reinforce a frequency. Now understand this, most beliefs weren't consciously chosen. They were absorbed from family, culture, religion, trauma, repetition. You didn't choose them, but you're living inside them. And the field doesn't make distinctions between your belief and someone else's you happen to inherit. If it's in your field, it's active. So the work isn't just identifying which beliefs you're holding. It's seeing which ones are holding you. Where have your beliefs become walls instead of windows? Where are they acting like spiritual ceilings, capping what's available, what's reasonable, what's realistic? Where have they become invisible scripts that your life keeps following? No matter how hard you try to shift, because once you see a belief clearly, not just intellectually but energetically, it starts to lose its grip. Why? Because a belief is only powerful when it's unquestioned. And now you're questioning everything. So how do you shift a belief at the quantum level? Step 1. Identify the emotional charge. Beliefs live in the body. They're held as tension, fear, contraction. Find the belief and feel what emotion it's anchored in. That's where it lives. Step 2. Ask what it's protecting. Every limiting belief serves a function. If I don't get too visible, I won't be attacked. If I stay broke, I won't be abandoned by my family. There's always a payoff. Uncover it. Step 3. Thank it. Yes, thank it. It was installed to keep you safe. But it's outdated now. Gratitude softens resistance. Thank you for protecting me. But I choose differently now. Step 4. Replace it with an embodied upgrade. Not just an affirmation, a new truth you feel. Not I am rich while feeling broke, but I am available for easeful wealth, and I no longer equate money with disconnection. It has to feel true enough to begin resonating. That's the key. Step 5. Practice the new belief until it becomes your new default. This is where embodiment meets repetition. The more often you think it, feel it, act from it, the stronger that frequency gets, until it begins collapsing a new wave, a new possibility, a new version of reality. And here's the beautiful part. When your beliefs align with your future, not your past, the field has no resistance. It starts reflecting the shift fast, because it no longer has to deliver contradictory feedback. You're no longer asking for one thing while feeling another. You've come into coherence, and coherence collapses timelines. It accelerates manifestations. It stabilizes your energy. It attracts without force. Because finally, your frequency isn't fighting itself. This is how your beliefs shape your universe. They are not opinions. They are not passive. They are quantum selectors, and you can shift them at will. So as you walk through your life today, start asking better questions. What belief is this moment reflecting back to me? Does this outcome match the frequency I'm choosing, or the one I've been avoiding? What belief would the next version of me hold, and how can I start living from that right now? You're not just here to think new thoughts. You're here to collapse a new wave. And now that you know how, now that you see how your beliefs have been shaping every part of your reality without your full awareness, you're ready to understand why the same outcomes keep showing up, even when you think you've changed. Next, we'll uncover the invisible pattern that locks in repeated experiences, and reveal how to consciously collapse possibility in a way that finally breaks the cycle, for good. Let's continue. You've just seen how beliefs act as selectors, choosing which version of reality collapses into form. You now understand that what you experience isn't random. It's not arbitrary. It's not about luck or timing or fate. It's about alignment. And yet, there's still a question that lingers in the background for many people, even after they begin this work. Why do the same outcomes keep happening? Why, despite all the healing, journaling, breakthroughs, and inner work, does it still seem like the same types of relationships, financial stress, energy drains, or inner conflicts keep resurfacing? To answer that, you need to understand something most people never even realize they're doing. You're collapsing possibility unconsciously. The quantum field holds every version of your life, every potential partner, every level of abundance, every possible expression of your purpose. But unless you're selecting those outcomes with conscious coherence, your energy will keep defaulting to the familiar. That's the hidden trap. You think you're choosing something new, but energetically, you're still broadcasting the old version of you. And the field, always listening, always responding, keeps collapsing the same outcome. Not because you're broken, not because you're doing something wrong, because your signal hasn't actually changed. Let's break this down. Every time you interact with reality, you're engaging with infinite probability. But your dominant frequency, your belief plus emotion plus expectation, sends out the instruction to the field. Collapse this one. And the more familiar the outcome, the easier it is for your system to recreate it. Not because it's aligned, but because it's known. This is the mind-body energy version of muscle memory. You're collapsing same by default. Same rejection pattern. Same financial cap. Same burnout cycle. Same expansion followed by contraction. And here's the deeper twist. Your nervous system is often addicted to the outcome it says it wants to avoid. Let that hit. You say you want peace. But your system is used to urgency. You say you want abundance. but your identity is fused with struggle. You say you want expansion, but your subconscious still equates visibility with danger. So when a new possibility shows up, one that doesn't match your familiar energetic template, your system rejects it. Not out of logic, but out of loyalty to the past. And that rejection doesn't always look like resistance. Sometimes it looks like, it's not the right time. Let me think about it more. Something just feels off. I'm just not ready. That's not discernment. That's a collapse back into the familiar. And until you understand how this mechanism works, until you recognize how often you're selecting old timelines with new language, the outcomes won't change. So what's the solution? You stop collapsing possibility on autopilot. You begin collapsing intentionally. And that starts with a question most people never ask when setting goals or making decisions. What is the energetic cost of choosing same again? Because same feels safe. Until it becomes suffocating. Same doesn't just delay your growth. It erodes your power. And every time you collapse the same reality, even subconsciously, you reinforce the old identity. So how do you begin collapsing differently? Step 1, catch the collapse moment. The moment you interpret an event or make a decision or respond to a challenge, that's a collapse point. Pause. Ask, am I choosing this from fear or from future alignment? Step 2, interrupt the pattern. If you catch yourself about to react the way you always do, stop. Breathe. Redirect your attention to the version of you who doesn't need to react that way. That awareness alone breaks the cycle. Step 3, choose the new outcome before it's comfortable. This is key. Waiting until you feel ready is how you stay stuck. The collapse happens when you select the new before the nervous system thinks it's earned. That's what rewires the timeline. Step 4, let go of the proof. Most people collapse old outcomes because they're constantly scanning for evidence that it's working. The superconscious field doesn't give you confirmation first. It gives you a mirror of your state. Stay loyal to the new frequency longer than the old result. And step 5, make new your new normal. This isn't about chasing novelty. It's about normalizing the unfamiliar long enough for your system to trust it. When your baseline identity changes, your collapses shift permanently. This is how quantum change happens. Not by waiting for the world to change. By selecting a new version of reality from a new version of you. And when you do this over and over again, when you catch the loop, pause, and collapse something different, you build a new field around you. One where same is no longer default. One where old patterns can't survive. One where the field has no choice but to respond with upgrades, because your coherence no longer matches anything else. That's when reality starts surprising you. Not because you're lucky, but because you've stopped unconsciously collapsing the same timeline over and over again. You've taken the mechanism and turned it into a mastery. And now that you understand this, now that you see the exact reason certain loops have persisted, and the exact point at which you can choose differently, you're ready to raise the stakes. You're ready to collapse into higher potentials. But that requires an even deeper level of precision, frequency calibration. Next, we'll explore how tuning your frequency with surgical clarity gives you access to higher outcomes, not through effort, but through exact alignment. Let's continue. You now know why the same outcomes repeat, because you've been unconsciously collapsing the same possibilities over and over, driven by old belief systems and emotional defaults. But now the game has changed. You're not here to keep choosing from your past. You're here to tune into something higher. The superconscious field isn't just a blank slate of potential, it's a living frequency grid, and it responds to precision. Not vague positivity. Not forced effort. Precision. That means the next level of your shift doesn't come from doing more. It comes from tuning more exactly. Frequency is everything. You are not manifesting with words. You're not creating with thoughts alone. You are shaping reality with your energetic tone. The combination of your beliefs, emotional state, subconscious programming, identity, and expectation. And when that tone shifts, the field responds. So here's the question. What frequency are you actually tuned to right now? Not what you want to feel. Not what you're affirming. What are you actually radiating? Because most people think they're tuned to abundance when they're actually in scarcity with a smile. They think they're in love frequency when they're in anxious longing. They think they're calling in success while vibrating fear of failure. The frequency doesn't lie, and neither does the field. You can't tune to one thing and expect to receive another. That's not how it works. So before we talk about how to access higher outcomes, let's define what higher even means in frequency terms. A higher frequency isn't morally better. It's more coherent. It's more stable, more magnetic, more aligned with the version of you that lives beyond trauma, lack, and survival. Higher frequencies feel like peace without conditions, clarity without overthinking, joy without a reason, confidence without evidence, openness without fear. You've felt these states before, brief, powerful moments when everything seemed to click, when synchronicity surged, when flow found you effortlessly. That wasn't luck. That was alignment. Your system had, even momentarily, tuned to a frequency higher than your usual baseline. And the field responded accordingly. So now the question becomes, how do you tune into those states deliberately? Not occasionally, not by chance, not only when things go well, but as a practice, as your new normal. It starts with awareness. Step 1, identify your current baseline. Every person has an emotional baseline, the state they unconsciously return to when they're not actively generating anything different. What's yours? Is it low-key anxiety, constant urgency, subtle self-doubt? Or is it neutrality, safety, readiness, openness? Get honest. No judgment, just data, because you can't shift what you don't track. Step 2, know your desired frequency. Don't just say, I want to feel better. Be specific. What's the state that matches the version of you you're stepping into? Is it powerful calm? Expansive joy? Grounded confidence? Define it. Feel it. Name it. You can't tune to something you haven't selected clearly. Step 3, use your body to tune in. This is key. Your body is your frequency tuner. You don't raise your frequency with thoughts alone. You do it with embodiment. Breathe in the desired state. Sit like that version of you. Move like them. Speak from their posture, their stillness, their knowing. The field listens to your being, not your wishing. Step 4, sustain the state longer than the trigger. This is where the shift locks in. Anyone can feel aligned for a few seconds. The real shift happens when you sustain a frequency, not just when things go well, but especially when things don't. When the trigger shows up and you don't collapse. When the old pattern tries to hook you and you don't bite. That's when the tuning process starts creating new results. And then there's the final step, signal loyalty. The field doesn't test you, but it does respond to consistency. If you constantly bounce between, I choose abundance, and this isn't working, the signal short circuits. The field can't reflect what you haven't stabilized. So here's the core principle. Stabilize the signal. That means feeling the new state. Not perfectly, but consistently, until your body begins to trust it more than the old one. Until the higher frequency becomes familiar, not just aspirational. Until your nervous system stops scanning for the past and starts preparing for the next timeline. This is when things accelerate. Because now the field isn't just mirroring random moments of alignment. It's mirroring a new identity. That's when quantum leaps occur. That's when people show up with opportunities you never asked for. When money flows in through channels you didn't expect. When clarity downloads so fast it bypasses doubt entirely. When timing bends in your favor over and over again. Not because you worked harder. Not because you deserved it. Because you matched it. Because you stopped broadcasting confusion and started living from clarity. This is the power of frequency tuning. You're not waiting. You're selecting. You're not chasing. You're allowing. You're not fixing. You're harmonizing. You've tuned your inner instrument to a different key, and the field can only play back what you've made real inside. And now that you've tuned your field to a higher state, now that you've stabilized your signal and started receiving the reflections that match your next level, it's time to rewire the very mechanism through which you perceive and interact with this field. Not just energetically, but neurologically. Next, we'll uncover how to use the power of neuroplasticity to restructure your brain for superconscious living. So this doesn't just become a temporary experience, but a permanent reality. Let's continue. You've tuned your frequency. You've aligned with higher states of being. You've begun to see reality reflect the version of you you've chosen to embody. Now, it's time to integrate that alignment into the physical, into the actual hardware that processes your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Because while frequency tuning shifts your field, there's one system inside you that has to catch up: your brain. Let's be clear, your brain is not in charge of your consciousness. Consciousness is primary, the brain is an interpreter. But once you shift energetically, your brain must be retrained to process that shift as normal, or else it pulls you back. This is where neuroplasticity enters. Neuroplasticity is your brain's ability to rewire itself, to form new neural pathways, prune old ones, and change its own internal structure based on experience, attention, repetition, and emotion. And if you're going to live in alignment with your superconscious self, not just touch it occasionally but stay there, then you need to teach your brain what normal now means. Because right now, your brain is most familiar with the patterns you used to operate from: stress response loops, overthinking pathways, safety-based decisions, dopamine spikes from drama, not peace, emotional memories stored as fact, not past. If left unchecked, those old circuits will override your energetic upgrades. Not because your energy is wrong, but because your brain hasn't learned the new language yet. So this is your opportunity to take everything you've become aware of, every frequency you've accessed, and begin coding it into your neural architecture. That's what turns fleeting moments of clarity into a permanent shift in perception. So how do you rewire your brain to match the superconscious? Let's begin. Step 1. Understand the formula. Repetition plus emotion equals rewiring. Thought alone doesn't create change. It's the combination of a focused idea, repeated with emotional intensity, that builds a new neural pathway. This is why casually repeating an affirmation without emotional charge often fails. There's no signal strong enough to override the old network. But the moment you add emotion, real, felt experience, the brain pays attention. You're creating a new blueprint. Step 2. Start with identity, not goals. Your brain isn't wired for outcomes. It's wired for consistency of self. So stop trying to change your behavior without changing your self-image. The new wiring must begin with, I am the kind of person who, followed by the identity of your superconscious self. I am the kind of person who trusts timing. I am the kind of person who receives with ease. I am the kind of person who doesn't chase. I calibrate. As you repeat these identity statements, especially when paired with emotion, the brain begins to shift what it sees as normal. And once something becomes normal, the resistance to it disappears. Step 3. Pair visualization with neural rehearsal. When you visualize your future self, don't just imagine them like a movie. Become them in the scene. Feel the weight of their body. Hear the cadence of their voice. React from their state. This full-body rehearsal trains your brain to fire in new ways, and neurons that fire together wire together. The more you rehearse being that version of you, the more those neural circuits become dominant. Your brain doesn't just know what to do. It starts to do it automatically. That's when instinct changes. That's when reactions shift without effort. Because the brain has integrated the upgrade. Step 4. Interrupt the default loops. Rewiring is not just about building new paths. It's about weakening the old ones. Every time you catch yourself about to repeat an old thought, emotion, or behavior, pause. That pause disrupts the loop. It weakens the synapse. The longer the loop is left unfired, the more your brain prunes it. Neurons that no longer fire together unwire. You're literally deconstructing the old self by refusing to run the same mental code. Step 5. Attach reward to the new pathways. The brain is driven by reward. If you don't reward the new circuit, it won't stick. So when you choose a higher response, celebrate it. When you break a loop, acknowledge it. When you act from the future self, lock it in with gratitude. It may sound simple. It may even feel silly. But this step is what makes the rewiring last. Because the brain tags rewarded behaviors as important and begins making them automatic. And that's the goal. To make superconscious behavior so deeply embedded in your neural structure that you no longer need to try to stay aligned. It just becomes your default state. Now, let's address something critical. Neuroplasticity is not just mental. It's also emotional and physiological. This means you must also take care of your environment and body. If your surroundings are constantly triggering old loops, you'll find yourself stuck between old wiring and new intention. So look around. What triggers still need to be removed? What routines reinforce the old identity? What stimuli anchor you in fear, judgment, or lack? Clear them. Replace them. Not because they're bad, but because they're not coherent with where you're going. And your nervous system will thank you. Because when your brain and your body begin to trust the new signal, when alignment becomes safer than chaos, that's when the shift stabilizes. That's when old habits don't return. That's when doubt stops defaulting. That's when you don't have to work to stay in your power. You are your power. And this isn't about becoming someone else. It's about creating neural alignment with the version of you that's always been possible, but has finally been chosen. So now you've shifted energy. You've tuned frequency. You've begun rewiring the brain. And what comes next takes us even deeper, to the layer where language itself becomes creation. Next, we'll explore how quantum language and self-directed hypnosis allow you to speak directly to the field, bypass the subconscious gatekeeper, and reprogram your internal world from the inside out, using the most powerful tool you use every day without even realizing it, your words. Let's continue. You've just mastered a profound level of silent power, using language as frequency, self-hypnosis as reprogramming, and precision as your new baseline. Now, it's time to address something that still lingers. Something subtle, quiet, and often completely overlooked. The parts of you that don't want this shift. The parts still protecting old identities, still anchored in fear, still looping survival patterns from your past. These are not flaws. They're not enemies. They are the hidden saboteurs within loyal, unconscious fragments of you still trying to keep you safe the only way they know how. And they live in shadow, not because they're evil, but because they've never been fully seen. Here's what most people don't realize. Every time you stretch into a higher identity, a new frequency, a new level of receiving, a deeper alignment, there are parts of you that panic. Why? Because the unknown doesn't feel safe. Because visibility used to mean pain. Because ease feels foreign when struggle was familiar. Because expansion threatens to expose the very wounds you've tried to bury under spiritual growth. This is why people backslide. This is why upper limits happen. This is why the same sabotaging patterns reappear just when things start to flow. You've upgraded your conscious desires. But the shadow hasn't caught up. Until now. This isn't about bypassing the shadow or overriding it with affirmations. This is about alchemizing it. Transmuting the suppressed into power. Turning the frightened into allies. Welcoming the sabotage as intelligence, not dysfunction. Because here's the quantum truth. The shadow isn't separate from you. It's part of your energetic field. And it is affecting your frequency whether you acknowledge it or not. So to shift permanently, to live as your superconscious self, you must reclaim the light inside your darkness. Let's begin. Step 1. Identify the sabotage without shame. Start with honesty. Where have you been getting in your own way? What keeps getting delayed, avoided, overcomplicated, or sabotaged just when you get close? Don't justify it. Don't excuse it. Just name it. I start momentum and then disappear. I collapse in the presence of power. I attract people who distract me from my truth. Each of these patterns is a portal, a breadcrumb leading straight to a fractured part of your psyche still looping in outdated code. Step 2. Ask, what is this part trying to protect? Every sabotage is protection in disguise. Behind the pattern is a belief. If I receive too much, I'll lose it. If I grow too fast, I'll be punished. If I let go of control, I'll fall apart. These aren't logical beliefs. They're emotional truths coded into your body. And until you bring them into the light, they'll keep running your life behind the scenes. So instead of pushing them away, welcome them to the surface. Say, show me the part of me that's scared to grow. Show me what I've been afraid to feel. Show me what's still hiding. And watch what rises. Memories, tightness, images, phrases that sound like a scared child, not a conscious adult. Let them speak. Step 3. Witness without fusing. This is key. Don't become the fear. Just hold it. Like a guardian, not a victim. You can say, I see you. I hear you. I know why you're here. But we don't need to protect ourselves this way anymore. And that voice, that tone, that presence of unconditional witnessing, that is how shadow begins to transmute. Because now, for the first time, it's no longer hidden. It's no longer trying to be louder than your growth. It's finally allowed to rest. Step 4. Integrate the wisdom. Every shadow carries an encoded strength. The fear of being seen, it holds your power of presence. The fear of failure, it holds your sacred precision. The fear of rejection, it holds your truth-telling fire. When you stop fearing the shadow, when you listen to it, you unlock the dormant gifts that have been held hostage by old pain. This is not healing by force. This is integration by design. This is emotional alchemy, because energy doesn't disappear, transmutes, and shadow is simply power trapped in disguise. Now let's go deeper. When you integrate your shadow, not suppress it, not bypass it, but actually alchemize it, your frequency does something extraordinary. It stabilizes. You're no longer pulled back into loops every time fear arises. You're no longer triggered by challenges you once avoided. You're no longer confusing sabotage with failure. You recognize it all as feedback, as signal, as refinement, because the moment you accept all parts of you, even the messy ones, even the scared ones, you become unfractured. You become whole. And the superconscious responds to wholeness with acceleration. Because there's no contradiction in your field anymore. No resistance disguised as positivity. No hidden grief underneath forced gratitude. Only coherence. And coherence is the magnet. It's what collapses timelines faster. It's what sharpens clarity instantly. It's what brings in the people, ideas, and outcomes you used to wait for. Not because you did more, because you became undivided. This is why shadow work is not separate from the quantum path. It is the quantum path. You're not just ascending, you're integrating. You're not just reaching for light, you're remembering you were never separate from it. And now, having brought the hidden saboteurs into your awareness, having spoken to them, understood them, and begun to reclaim their power, you're ready for a leap. Not through more mental effort, but through the one thing shadow tried to use against you, emotion. Next, we'll unlock the mechanics of emotional transmutation and show you how to turn pain, fear, and doubt into power frequencies that accelerate your evolution like nothing else can. Let's continue. You've just met your inner saboteurs, not as enemies, but as loyal protectors guarding wounds they were never equipped to heal. You've listened, you've honored, you've integrated, and now, you've unlocked a deeper portal, your emotions, because beyond the thoughts, beneath the beliefs, underneath the identities you've outgrown, is raw energy, emotion, from the Latin emovere, meaning to move out. And here lies one of the greatest secrets of quantum transformation. Your pain is not a problem. It's power misdirected, energy misinterpreted, frequency unrefined. It is not here to trap you. It is here to move you, not as suffering but as fuel. You've heard it said, energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed. That's not just physics, that's personal alchemy. And emotional transmutation is how you turn the heaviest frequencies, grief, shame, rage, fear, into the very current that carries you into higher timelines. Because here's what most people do when uncomfortable emotion arises. Suppress it, analyze it, distract from it, reframe it without feeling it. And in doing so, they interrupt the energetic cycle of resolution. They stop the emotion halfway through its arc, and it becomes trapped, held in the body, stored in the nervous system, echoed in the field. That's why the same emotional themes keep resurfacing, no matter how spiritually evolved someone is. It's not because they haven't done enough work. It's because the energy hasn't completed its cycle. But you're ready to change that now. You're ready to reclaim what your pain has been holding for you. Let's begin with the truth. Emotions are frequency, not flaws, not failures, not blocks. Each one holds a specific vibration. Grief vibrates differently than anger. anger differently than shame, shame differently than joy, joy differently than peace. None of them are bad, but each one has a different effect on the field. And when you learn to feel without fusing, to witness without collapsing, to express without regressing, you unlock a frequency mastery that very few people ever embody. So how do you begin transmuting emotion into power? Step 1. Stop labeling emotions as negative. The moment you say, I shouldn't feel this, you resist it. And what you resist, you trap. Instead say, this is energy. It has momentum. I trust it knows where to go. This reorients you from being the victim of emotion to the conductor of it. Step 2. Feel it fully without the story. This is key. Most pain lingers not because of the sensation, but because of the narrative attached to it. I always feel this way. This means I'm not healed. This proves nothing is working. Strip away the story. Let the emotion be pure sensation. Let it rise in your body. Let it pulse, burn, ache, or flow. Name it if it helps. This is sadness. Or even better, this is sadness, moving through me. You're not becoming the emotion. You're moving the emotion. Step 3. Locate the origin. Not every emotion is from the present. Many are echoes. So ask, is this mine or inherited? Is this now or is this then? What age in me still needs to be seen here? This gives the emotion context, and context brings compassion. Because once you recognize the 5-year-old in your grief or the teenage self in your rage, you stop judging the emotion and start parenting it. And that's where transmutation begins. Step 4. Choose a release channel. Emotions need to move physically, so let them. Cry without numbing. Scream into a pillow. Shake. Punch a cushion. Breathe fast. Write a letter you never send. Dance until your bones forget who they used to be. There's no spiritual way to do this. There is only completion. When energy is honored and released, the body relaxes. The field recalibrates. The frequency rises. And what was once pain becomes power, clean, available, aligned. Step 5. Anchor the alchemy. After an emotional release, don't rush back to normal. Sit in the aftermath. Feel the new space inside you. Notice what's no longer there. Then ask, what truth is now available that the pain was hiding? Because transmutation isn't just about discharge. It's about upgrade. You clear the pain not to escape it, but to access the wisdom it was blocking. Sometimes it sounds like, I'm allowed to need. I'm safe without proving. I'm powerful even when I'm still. Let those truths replace the ones that pain embedded. And this is when the quantum shift crystallizes. You stop fearing emotion. You stop managing it. You stop medicating or avoiding it. You use it as raw fuel, as signal, as frequency. Because now you know your pain was never the enemy. It was the unopened envelope carrying your next activation. So the next time the wave rises, don't resist. Welcome it. Write it. Decode it. Transmute it. And then speak to it. You're not here to stop me. You're here to remind me of what I'm still carrying, so I can finally let it go. You're not healing to become new. You're releasing so you can finally remember who you were before the pain. And now that you've turned emotion into energy, now that you no longer fear the wave but use it to expand, you're ready to bring this mastery deeper into the body. Because the next level of your superconscious shift doesn't happen in thought. It doesn't happen in mindset. It happens in the cells. Next, we'll uncover how the body itself becomes your antenna, tuning you into higher fields, higher timelines, and higher intelligence. All without effort, but through somatic coherence. Let's continue. You've just learned how to take emotional energy, even the heaviest, most painful frequencies, and transmute them into power. You've seen how grief, rage, and shame aren't roadblocks, but raw material for the shift. Now we go deeper, because even as your mind evolves, even as your frequency rises, even as you speak the language of the superconscious and rewire your inner world, there's one more instrument that must be tuned. Your body. Your body is not a container. It's not just a vessel. It's not a distraction from the spiritual. It is the antenna. The field around you doesn't just respond to your thoughts. It responds to your state, and that state is anchored somatically. Which means this: if your body is not aligned, your signal is unstable. If your nervous system is in survival, your frequency collapses. If your cells are still carrying unprocessed data, your field scrambles. And here's the quantum-level truth. Your body is broadcasting your consciousness at all times. Not your intentions, not your vision board, your nervous system, your breath, your posture, your micro-expressions, your gut. And if the body is in contraction, if it's holding tension, fear, or unfinished trauma, no matter how clear your mind becomes, the field will still pick up the noise. This is why so many people feel like they've done the work, but their reality doesn't reflect it. Because energy doesn't lie, and the body is the energy meter. So now it's time to bring your body into the shift, fully, consciously, and reverently. Let's begin with what this really means. Somatic coherence is not about being relaxed all the time. It's about alignment between what you feel, what you believe, and what your body is signaling to the quantum field. Coherence means your internal world isn't contradicting itself. It means you're not smiling with a clenched jaw. You're not saying, "I trust," while your shoulders are tight. You're not affirming abundance while your breath is shallow and afraid. Because every somatic signal tells the truth. So how do you make your body your ally in this quantum shift? Step 1, create safety in stillness. Stillness is a frequency amplifier. But for many, it's also where their nervous system begins to scream. The first time you sit in silence and feel your body without distraction, you'll notice everything that's been running in the background. That's not regression, that's access. So instead of resisting the discomfort, ask, what wants to be felt right now? What have I been storing that's ready to release? And breathe. Slowly. Let the breath be the bridge between your mind and your cells. Coherence always begins with the breath. Step 2, scan the body like it's a message, not a machine. You've been taught to ignore the body unless it's in pain. But in truth, it's always speaking. That tightness in your chest, information, that buzzing in your arms, activation, that weight in your belly, stored emotion. Every signal is a sentence. Every sensation is a sentence fragment trying to finish itself. Instead of analyzing it, feel it. Where does this live? What color is it? What would it say if it had a voice? You'll be shocked how much wisdom you've been sitting on, just beneath the skin. Step 3, rehearse your new frequency somatically. This is where embodiment locks in. Don't just visualize the future you. Move like them. How does that version of you walk into a room? How does their face rest? How do they hold their spine, their voice, their gaze? Then practice it. This isn't faking. It's tuning. You're calibrating your nervous system to a new frequency. You're teaching your cells what normal now feels like. And the field, always listening, begins to match the signal. Step 4, use movement as integration. When mental insights come, lock them in with the body. After a breakthrough, dance, shake, stretch, walk. Why? Because movement rewires. It moves emotion. It anchors truth. Even just a few minutes of somatic movement after an energetic shift will lock the new frequency into your fascia, your muscles, your field. You don't need to intellectualize it. Just let your body finish what your mind started. Step 5, rebuild trust with your body. This may be the deepest layer. Many people don't trust their body. They see it as unpredictable, shameful, flawed, or betraying them. But if you're going to live superconsciously, your body can no longer be the enemy. So start small. Touch your skin like you're meeting it for the first time. Speak gratitude into your bones. Say out loud, "I'm sorry I ignored you. I'm ready to listen now." Your body will respond faster than you expect. Because it's been waiting for your attention. It's been carrying everything your mind tried to outrun. And when you finally meet it, fully, a new coherence emerges. Suddenly, you're not just thinking abundance. You're feeling it in your stomach. You're not just choosing power. You're standing like you've already claimed it. You're not just calling in a new reality. You're embodying the version of you who already lives there. And here's the real gift. The body becomes a tuning fork. You'll feel when something is off. and correct it in real time. You'll sense alignment before logic kicks in. You'll move from instinct, not impulse. Because now your antenna is clear. Now your signal is undistorted. Now your entire being is broadcasting one coherent message into the field. And coherence collapses possibility into physical form faster than anything else. So no more fighting your body. No more ignoring its wisdom. No more trying to bypass the vessel you were given. It's not just along for the ride. It is the ride. And now that your body is online, now that your antenna is transmitting a steady, clean frequency, you're ready to take this alignment from internal to external. Because when your inner world stabilizes, your daily life must evolve to match it. Next, we'll unlock the power of quantum rituals. Small, repeatable, high-impact practices that bridge your inner transformation with your lived reality. Let's continue. Now that your body has become the antenna, now that it no longer stores suppressed frequency but transmits coherent signal, the shift you've initiated is no longer conceptual. It's real. It's cellular. It's somatic. But if you want this state to stick, if you want the superconscious to become your baseline and not a peak moment, there's something else you must understand. Transformation doesn't happen once. It happens daily, in small, repeated alignments that build your new frequency into a lived reality. That's where quantum rituals come in. These aren't just habits. They aren't routines for the sake of structure. They are intentional, energetic codes, repeated daily to remind the field who you are, and to keep your nervous system oriented to the life you've chosen to live. Because here's the truth. Your old identity had rituals. Rituals of stress. Rituals of rush. Rituals of overthinking, of overgiving, of survival mode coping. You didn't call them rituals, but they were. Morning anxiety was a ritual. Scrolling out of boredom was a ritual. Avoidance dressed up as busyness? Also a ritual. And those rituals reinforced your frequency, and therefore your outcomes. So now you're going to install new rituals. Quantum ones. Ones that stabilize the version of you that lives above reaction, outside of time, in harmony with the field. Let's begin. Ritual 1. The frequency lock-in, first 5 minutes of the day. The moment you wake up, your brain is still in theta, meaning your subconscious is wide open. This is your most powerful moment to program. Before you touch your phone, before you move, ask, what frequency do I choose to live from today? What version of me is waking up right now? How would they move through this day? Then anchor it with breath, 3 deep inhales, 3 longer exhales, and feel that version of you inhabit your body. That's not just mindset. That's quantum coding. You're broadcasting from coherence before the noise begins. Ritual 2. Micro moments of presence. Throughout the day, you don't need hour-long meditations to shift your reality. You need presence, frequently, consistently, and on command. Set a timer every hour. Or simply choose specific anchors. Every time you touch water, every time you walk through a doorway, every time you sit down. In that moment, pause. Close your eyes. Feel your body. Ask, am I in signal? If yes, amplify it. If not, correct it. This trains your system to return to now over and over until now becomes your default. Ritual 3. Quantum journaling. End-of-day integration. This is not diary writing. This is field recalibration. Every evening, write these 3 prompts. What version of me showed up most today? Where did I collapse my frequency? And why? How will I collapse reality differently tomorrow? You're not judging yourself. You're studying yourself. And awareness is the first step in altering timelines. Over time, this ritual doesn't just create self-awareness. It rewires your identity. Ritual 4. Choice ceremony. 3-minute daily declaration. You are always choosing your state. But most people do it unconsciously. So each day, have a deliberate choosing moment. Say out loud, I choose to live in the signal of _______. I choose to release the frequency of ______. I choose to embody the version of me who _. Then stand like them, speak like them, breathe like them. This act may seem small, but repeated daily, it imprints a new structure in your field. Ritual 5. Nervous system reset. Body-based grounding. Each day, give your body a moment to unhook from the pace of the world. That could be a 5-minute somatic shake, a slow walk in silence, a breath pattern. Inhale 4, hold 7, exhale 8. Lying on the floor with no stimulation. You're telling your system, we are safe to rest. We don't run on adrenaline. Stillness is our power source. This creates coherence between your spiritual growth and physical capacity. Because expansion is only sustainable when the nervous system is not in revolt. Ritual 6, energetic hygiene, boundary and intention clearing. Each morning or night, clear your field. You can speak it. Anything not mine, I release. Anything not aligned, I revoke. Anything outdated, I no longer carry. Or you can move it with breath, sound, even visualization. You're not asking the energy to change. You're telling it what you allow in your field. This reclaims energetic sovereignty, and that's non-negotiable for superconscious living. Ritual 7, silence window, zero input zone. Give yourself at least 15 minutes a day with no input. No music, no books, no podcasts, no noise. Let your mind stop ingesting. Let your energy stabilize. Let the field speak. The superconscious doesn't shout. It whispers, and silence is where you hear it. Now, why do these rituals work? Because repetition plus energy equals identity. And your identity is the selector of timelines. Every time you repeat a ritual with full presence, you reinforce the signal. This is who I am now. And as that identity becomes real, the quantum field shifts accordingly. You're no longer chasing outcomes. You're no longer trying to stay aligned. You've installed a new baseline, and the rituals are what hold it in place. This isn't discipline from force. It's devotion from clarity. You don't do the rituals to control life. You do them to remain in harmony with the version of you who no longer needs to. And the truth is, ritual is remembrance. It's how you remind the field and your system that your evolution isn't temporary. It's structural, cellular, energetic. It's you now. And now that you've ritualized the shift, made the mystical mechanical, you'll begin to notice something extraordinary. The external world will start responding with patterns that mirror your new internal architecture. But those patterns won't look like logic. They'll look like synchronicity. Next, we'll decode the sacred language of the field and teach you how to read synchronicities as signals, not coincidences, so you can follow the trail of your superconscious path in real time. Let's continue. You've installed quantum rituals. You've structured your day around frequency, embodiment, and alignment. Your body is attuned. Your language is precise. Your identity is stabilizing at a new level. And now something strange starts happening. You think about someone, and they text you. You consider a decision, and a sign appears on a billboard, in a podcast, in a passing conversation. You shift your energy, and within hours, a door opens where one didn't exist. This is not random. It's synchronicity. And it is the quantum field's native language. You are no longer operating on delay. You are communicating in real time, not with words but with frequency, emotion, and attention. And synchronicity is the response. Let's start with what it actually is. Synchronicity is not luck. It's not chance. It's not the universe trying to reward you for being high vibe. It is a precise mirror, an intelligent feedback loop between your internal state and the external environment. In the quantum model, your reality is not fixed. It is a field of infinite potentials, constantly collapsing into form based on observation and frequency alignment. So when you align your internal system, emotionally, neurologically, somatically, spiritually, the field doesn't just react. It reflects. That reflection, that moment, that event that seems too perfect to explain, that is synchronicity. And when you learn to read it, trust it, and act on it, your life begins to move at the speed of signal. But first, let's clarify something critical. Synchronicity is not always comfortable. Sometimes the perfect alignment shows up as a delay you didn't expect, a relationship falling away suddenly, a job shifting, money stalling, emotions rising. Because if the version of you you're becoming has different coordinates, the field must reroute your external life to match. So yes, synchronicity can come in the form of magic. But it can also come in the form of disruption. Both are signal. Let's break down how to work with this. Step 1. Drop the need to explain. The logical mind wants proof. But the superconscious doesn't speak in explanations, it speaks in alignment. So when a pattern appears, a symbol, a number, a repetition, an opportunity, don't dismiss it. Feel it. Does it hit you in the gut? Does it spark something ancient in your chest? Does it bring you back to a knowing you've been pretending not to feel? That's not your imagination. That's the field confirming your frequency. And your only job is to notice. Step 2. Create a synchronicity log. Every day, write down what signs or coincidences appeared. What were you thinking or feeling just before they showed up? What choice did they seem to confirm or challenge? Over time, you'll begin to see threads. You'll realize certain numbers, names, songs, or sensations always show up before a breakthrough. You'll notice your body reacts a split second before the synchronicity hits. You're not just observing signs. You're learning the language of your field. And once you're fluent in that language, guidance is no longer something you seek. It's something you receive. Step 3. Stop outsourcing interpretation. A common trap is needing someone else to tell you what a sign means. But that weakens your field. Synchronicities are deeply personal. The number 222 means something different to you than to anyone else. That song, that animal, that repeating phrase, it carries your code. So ask yourself, what does this symbol represent for me? What decision or belief did it just confirm? What timeline am I being nudged toward? Then listen. Don't rush for clarity. Let the answer arrive the same way the sign did from the field. Step 4. Respond to synchronicity with action. The field doesn't send signals for your entertainment. It sends them for co-creation. So when a sign shows up, respond. Send the message. Book the call. Make the shift. Say the yes. Say the no. Each time you act in alignment with the signal, the field amplifies your momentum. You're proving, I can read the signs, and I'm ready to partner with the pattern. This is when reality begins to shape itself around your integrity. Step 5. Don't mistake resistance for confusion. Sometimes you see the sign, and part of you says, but is this real? Maybe it's just my mind making it up. That's not confusion. That's fear wearing logic's mask. You know the signal is real. Your body felt it. Your breath shifted. Your vision sharpened. Don't let the old identity, the one that needed control, proof, and guarantees, hijack your new perception. Because the moment you second-guess the field, your frequency collapses back into hesitation. Instead, anchor yourself. I am reading the field correctly. This feels true in my body. I don't need permission to act on alignment. And watch how fast synchronicity accelerates. Now let's talk about the highest level of working with this, becoming the signal. There's a difference between chasing signs and being the one who generates them. When your frequency stabilizes, when your field is clear, your body coherent, your mind uncluttered, synchronicities don't just happen to you. They happen because of you. You walk into rooms and activate people's clarity. You speak, and the exact phrase they needed arrives through your voice. You take aligned action, and a ripple flows through your field that bends time for others. You stop waiting for guidance. You are the guidance. That's the superconscious path. Not just following intuition, embodying signal. So when you wake up and see that repeating number again, when someone mentions the exact word you journaled about last night, when the opportunity that once seemed impossible lands in your lap after a moment of total alignment, don't be surprised. Don't brush it off as weird or coincidental. Say, of course, I'm in the field. I'm reading the signal. I'm receiving in real time. And now that you're fluent in this subtle, sacred language, now that the universe is speaking back with unmistakable clarity, it's time to explore the place where your logic sleeps but your field stays wide open. Next, we'll enter the realm of dreams, not as illusions, but as downloads from the superconscious, and learn how your sleep has been your portal all along. Let's continue. You've learned to read synchronicity not as coincidence, but as a precise language of feedback between you and the field. You're now operating in a real-time dialogue with the quantum, allowing your external world to reflect your inner alignment. But what happens when you're no longer conscious? What happens in the space where the mind releases control, the body surrenders, and time dissolves? That's when the superconscious speaks loudest. Because sleep, what most people treat as mere biological necessity, is actually one of the most powerful gateways into the field. And your dreams? They're not just mental noise or symbolic puzzles. They are downloads, transmissions from the parts of your consciousness that operate beyond the veil of waking thought. Let's be clear. You are not less aware in sleep. You are differently aware. You are operating in dimensions where linear time, language, and logic no longer dictate what's real. And in those dimensions, your superconscious, your higher intelligence, your field-connected self, has direct access to deliver what the conscious mind is too structured, too distracted, or too resistant to receive during the day. And it does it through symbols, emotions, non-linear stories, archetypal figures, surreal sequences. The content may seem strange, but the signal is precise. So now the question is, are you listening? Let's break it down. Why dreams are potent quantum tools. The conscious gatekeeper is offline. During REM sleep, the part of the brain responsible for logic and filtering, the prefrontal cortex, quiets down. This allows unfiltered truth, raw emotion, and high-frequency insight to move freely. Your subconscious is wide open. Dreams arise from the subconscious, which, as we've seen, controls most of your reality. But in dreams, it doesn't have to disguise itself with metaphors. It speaks directly, though not always in words. The body is in deep integration. As your conscious awareness shifts inward, your body's healing mechanisms activate. Your frequency realigns. You're not just resting, you're recalibrating. So how do you use this state intentionally? Let's explore how to transform sleep from passivity into a night ritual of access. Step 1. Set the frequency before sleep. The state you enter sleep with dramatically influences what you receive in the dream state. Don't fall asleep on a screen. Don't drift off in anxiety or scrolling or half-awareness. Instead, speak to the field. Use statements like, "Tonight, I receive the next instruction. I allow my superconscious to show me what I'm ready to see. As I sleep, I stabilize in the frequency of clarity. I invite the future version of me to transmit through my dream." These are not hopes. They are commands, setting the coordinates for your dream field. Step 2. Create a dream portal. Place a notebook by your bed. Turn your phone to airplane mode. Dim your lights 30 minutes before you sleep. You're training your body and mind to enter a space of receptivity. You might even set an object near you. A crystal, a token, something charged with intention, as a symbolic anchor that says, "This is sacred space." Why? Because intention changes access. When you ritualize your sleep, you declare to the field, "I'm listening. I'm ready." Step 3. Capture the download immediately. Dreams fade quickly. Within seconds of waking, your conscious mind scrambles to explain or discard what you saw. So the moment you wake up, right? Even fragments, even images, even single words, because what seems irrelevant now may unlock meaning later. And as you build the habit of recording, your superconscious will begin sending clearer, more structured transmissions, because it knows you're paying attention. Here's what to track. What symbols repeated? What emotional tone lingered? Was there a version of you that felt different, stronger, clearer? Were you observing or participating? These details matter more than the story. You're decoding frequency, not logic. Step 4. Ask your dreams to continue. If you have a powerful dream, or one that feels incomplete, speak to it. Before the next night's sleep, say, "Continue the message. Bring clarity to what I was shown. I'm ready to receive the rest." Dreams are not isolated events. They're ongoing conversations. When you treat them as such, you begin to experience a stunning phenomenon. Dreams that answer questions before you ask them. Dreams that offer specific, actionable guidance. Dreams that resolve emotional blocks you didn't know were still inside you. And in some cases, dreams that feel more real than waking life. That's not imagination. That's dimensional travel. Because here's the quantum layer beneath all this. You're not just receiving information in dreams. You're visiting other versions of you. You're connecting with parallel timelines. You're accessing memories from other lifetimes or transmitting wisdom from your future self, the one already living your superconscious potential. And you'll know it's not just a dream when the clarity sticks with you for days. The emotional tone is stronger than waking life. You wake up changed, lighter, clearer, more directed. These are not dreams. These are downloads. Step 5, act on what you receive. Here's where most people miss the power. They wake from a dream that holds real clarity and ignore it. But insight without action collapses. So when a dream shows you something you've been avoiding, when a dream returns you to a feeling you haven't processed, when a dream makes you feel like a different version of yourself, trust it, move with it, let it lead you, even if it makes no sense at first. Because dreams are often seeds of transformation, planted in your unconscious until your conscious self is brave enough to water them. And now, with your rituals in place, your body attuned, your signal strong, your mind awake to the language of the field, you are ready to bring those dream versions of you into waking embodiment. Because they're not fantasy. They're memory from timelines you're now aligned with. Next, we'll meet the version of you that already has everything you're calling in and unlock the mechanics of quantum identity, where becoming is not a struggle, but a selection. Let's continue. You've now opened the dream portal. You've started receiving transmissions in your sleep, unlocking versions of you who feel more real, more powerful, and more complete than your waking self has ever known. Those versions aren't fiction. They're frequencies, already available, already alive in the field. And now it's time to make the shift that changes everything. You're not becoming someone new. You're returning to someone who already exists in the quantum. This is the power of quantum identity. Because in the old model, identity was something you built slowly, based on evidence, memory, and repetition. But in the quantum model, identity is not created. It is selected. Every version of you already exists, the one who has peace, who speaks with clarity, who runs the business, heals the body, writes the book, attracts the love, leads the movement. They are not some future destination. They are now waiting to be tuned into. The only reason you haven't experienced that reality yet is because your current identity doesn't match it. Not because you're not good enough. Not because you haven't earned it. Not because it's not meant to be. Simply because you haven't collapsed into that version, energetically, mentally, emotionally, somatically. Let's make this real. Your identity is a frequency pattern. It's not just who you are. It's how you breathe, how you speak, how you walk into rooms, what stories you unconsciously repeat, what feelings you allow, avoid, or perform. All of it adds up to your signal. And that signal tells the quantum field what timeline to render. So here's the shift. If you want a new outcome, you don't chase the outcome. You choose the version of you who already lives in it. And then you become them now. Let's break this into a process you can live by. Step 1. Meet your quantum self. Ask this question. If I already had what I've been trying to manifest, who would I be? How would I feel in my body? How would I move through the day? What would no longer feel like a problem? Don't overthink it. Let the answers rise. You'll feel them in your body. A loosening, a quiet certainty, a grounded, calm inner knowing. That's the version. And they're already alive in the field because you just tuned into them. Step 2, shift identity before strategy. Most people say, let me fix my life, then I'll feel different. Quantum identity flips it. I'll become the version now, and the field will reorganize around me. So when you're about to send that message, make that decision, or respond to a challenge, pause. Ask, would the quantum version of me act from this energy? What would their posture be in this moment? How would they interpret this event? Then act from that state. This is not pretending. This is realignment. Pretending is hoping the outside will change so you can feel different. Realignment is changing your state first and letting reality follow. Step 3, collapse identity through commitment. Every time you think, speak, or act from your old identity, the one based on fear, survival, or lack, you reinforce it. So your job is not to become someone else one day. Your job is to collapse the possibility of the old self right now, by withdrawing commitment to the thoughts, habits, and reactions that hold it in place. Example, old identity. I always sabotage when things go well. Collapse it. That's a memory, not a fact. I no longer feed that version. Old identity. I'm overwhelmed. There's too much. Collapse it. Overwhelm is an outdated nervous pattern. The version of me I choose knows how to lead herself. You don't fight the old identity. You starve it by no longer energizing its story. Step 4. Normalize your quantum self. When you first touch a higher version of you, it feels distant, powerful but unfamiliar, inspiring but not me yet. That's okay. Just don't stop there. Start making that version normal. In your self-talk, in your rituals, in your conversations, in the way you respond when life squeezes you. Because whatever feels normal to your nervous system will be recreated by the field. So speak your new identity like it's already done. This is who I am now. I'm stabilizing in this frequency. I'm still softening into the new signal. And that's enough. I don't need proof. I'm the proof. This repetition rewires your energetic baseline. And before long, the version that once felt aspirational becomes automatic. You've shifted not just how you see yourself, but who the quantum field sees when it looks back at you. Step 5. Protect the new signal. Be fierce about it. Because as you upgrade identity, you'll be tested. Not as punishment, but as confirmation. The old frequency will knock, asking, "Are you sure? Do you really trust? Do you still respond the same way you used to?" Your job is not to avoid the knocks. Your job is to answer from the new identity. Even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it feels unfamiliar. Especially then. Because identity isn't built in theory. It's built in response. And the more you respond from the new self, even before life confirms it, the faster your external world will reflect it. Here's what this all means. You're not waiting to arrive. You're not gradually becoming. You're not asking permission. You are selecting. And when the frequency is selected, identity follows. When identity stabilizes, the field responds. And when the field responds, reality reshapes. So if you're still wondering whether the future version of you exists, stop. They're already here. You've met them in dreams. You've felt them in rituals. You've heard their whisper in moments of stillness. Now it's time to fully inhabit them. And to do that, you must let go of the one thing that still holds the old identity in place. Control. Next, we'll unlock the paradox that accelerates quantum embodiment, the power of releasing, so the field can finally deliver what your grip has been blocking all along. Let's continue. You've met the version of yourself who already lives your future. You've begun to select their frequency not as a goal but as a present identity. You've acted from their posture, spoken with their clarity, and watched the field begin to respond in subtle, undeniable ways. But now comes the moment few people are prepared for, the part where the old and the new begin to clash. You've chosen. You've declared. But nothing's showing up. Or worse, things start to fall apart. This is the collapse point. And it is not a breakdown. It is not failure. It is not punishment for doing it wrong. It is the energetic shedding of everything that doesn't match who you've become. And it always comes with one sacred requirement. Let go. Let go of the grip. Let go of the expectation. Let go of needing it to look a certain way, arrive on a certain day, feel like it did before. Because what you're collapsing isn't just a situation. You're collapsing an entire timeline. Let's make this clear. The moment you hold the frequency of your quantum self, the field begins to respond. But it doesn't deliver results through your ego's plan. It delivers them through alignment. And sometimes the fastest way to receive what's truly meant for you is for what's false to fall away. That friend you thought would walk the path with you? Gone. That opportunity you worked so hard for? Fizzles. That plan you clung to for safety? It no longer fits. That's not rejection. That's resonance, realigning. And in that moment, you'll be tempted to react. to grip harder, to fix the chaos, to go back to the old you for control. But that's the test. Because the only way through the collapse point is surrender, not passive waiting, not apathy, not giving up. Surrender is active trust. It's the choice to let the field rearrange reality, even if it means walking through the unknown with nothing but your frequency intact. So how do you walk through this collapse consciously? Step 1. Feel the contraction without collapsing your identity. When everything tightens, when the money slows, when the relationship strains, when your plans fall through, your nervous system will want to revert. You'll hear voices like, "This always happens. I must have done something wrong. Maybe I should lower my expectations." Pause. Breathe. Remind yourself, this is the field collapsing misaligned versions of my life. This contraction is not personal, it's purification. I hold the frequency anyway. You're not here to fix the contraction. You're here to witness it without identification. Step 2, release the how, keep the signal. The ego wants specifics. When will it arrive? How will it happen? Where is it coming from? But the field doesn't work through logic. It works through alignment. Your job is not to micromanage delivery. Your job is to broadcast the frequency of the one who already has it, and then get out of the way. Say to yourself, I no longer chase timelines. I stabilize in the signal, and let the field fill in the form. Step 3, find safety in the void. This is the deepest layer of surrender. The moment where nothing is familiar, nothing is predictable, and the old identity is fully crumbling. This is the void, and most people run from it, right back into distractions, false identities, or recycled patterns just to feel something stable. But you won't. You're going to stay, because the void isn't empty. It is pregnant with the timeline that's trying to be born. So let it be silent. Let it be still. Let it be unfamiliar. This is where the new frequency finishes integrating, not through doing, but through being. Step 4. Anchor into the felt memory of the future. In the midst of letting go, return to the version of you who has already received. Not in theory, not in concept, in felt sense. Close your eyes. Drop into your body. Feel the breath of the one who already has it. Feel their posture. Feel their gratitude. Feel their knowing. And say, I remember now. This is what it feels like. It's already done. You're not waiting. You're remembering. And in that memory, your field stabilizes again. Step 5. Allow reality to reassemble. Once you've released the old timeline, once you've surrendered your need to control, something miraculous happens. Reality begins to reorganize itself around your new frequency. People reappear, but different. Opportunities show up from directions you couldn't have predicted. Things you forgot you desired begin to land without effort. And it all feels oddly normal because it matches your signal. That's the quantum payoff. Not because you earned it, but because you stopped blocking it. Your grip was the delay. Your control was the resistance. Your timeline micromanagement was the blindfold. And the moment you let it all go with clarity, not resignation, the field delivered. This is why the collapse point is sacred. It's not where things fall apart. It's where things fall into place, once your grip is released. So the next time you feel like everything's crumbling, say, this is the collapse point. I trust what's leaving. I trust what's arriving. I hold the signal. I let go, and I receive. And then do just that. Receive. And now that you've mastered the surrender that unlocks true receiving, it's time to protect that spaciousness with boundaries. Not as walls, but as energetic filters that preserve your quantum integrity. Next, we'll unlock the quantum no, the most powerful alignment tool most people never use. Let's continue. You've now walked through the collapse point, not with fear, but with power. You've released control. You've surrendered to alignment. And you've seen how letting go doesn't create loss. It creates space. But what you allow into that space next, that determines everything. Because once your field clears, once your nervous system stabilizes, and your signal is broadcasting cleanly, not everything and everyone should be allowed access. Not out of ego, not out of fear, but out of energetic precision. This is where most people fall back into misalignment. They raise their frequency, and then let old dynamics, unfiltered input, and unboundaried access dilute their signal. And they wonder why their reality starts to destabilize again. So let's end that pattern now. The next phase of your superconscious embodiment requires mastery of one subtle but sacred force: the quantum no. This is not just saying no to what you don't like. It's not just about boundaries in the traditional sense. The quantum no is about setting energetic filters, encoded with clarity, not emotion, that tell the field exactly what can and cannot enter your timeline. Because once you become the signal, you must protect the signal. Let's get something straight. Every yes you say to something out of obligation, every conversation you entertain out of guilt, every distraction you allow because you're avoiding a deeper signal, all of it leaks your energy. And in the quantum, energy leaks become frequency distortions. Distortions scramble your field, and a scrambled field can only attract incoherence. So if you want to live as your superconscious self, not in moments but as a baseline, you must become a master of the no. Let's explore how. Step 1. Redefine boundaries as frequency filters. You're not cutting people off. You're not being dramatic. You're simply attuning your reality to match your current signal. Boundaries aren't rules. They're broadcasts. And they sound like this: my nervous system is not available for chaos. This version of me doesn't over-explain. I release relationships that require me to shrink. I'm unavailable for obligation disguised as love. Write your own. Declare them daily. These statements tell the field, this is my energetic contract now. Step 2. Say no without explanation. Old identity needs justification. New identity needs integrity. The quantum no doesn't require a story, a list of reasons, or a softening buffer. It simply sounds like, this doesn't align for me right now. I'm not available for that. No, thank you. Silence. Not from coldness. From clarity. Your no is not rejection. It's a sacred redirect. Tells the field, I'm serious about my frequency. I don't compromise alignment for comfort. Step 3. Know where you collapse your no. Be honest. Where do you say yes to things that don't serve you? Where do you people please, overgive, or tolerate energy that drains you? These are the pressure points where your old identity tries to sneak back in. Name them. I collapse when people get upset with me. I say yes when I fear being alone. I keep conversations going that I know are looping. I explain myself to those who already decided not to hear me. Awareness is sovereignty. Once you know where your field is vulnerable, you can fortify it not with walls but with presence. Step 4. Let the no burn if it has to. Sometimes saying no shakes things up. People leave. Dynamics shift. You feel alone. You question your strength. This is part of the process. You're removing static from your field. You're releasing identities that only survived through overextension. You're creating silence where your power can finally echo. Let it burn. Let it feel awkward. Let people misunderstand you. Let situations dissolve that once defined you. This is how the new timeline stabilizes. Through the void you create when you stop leaking energy. Step 5. Don't confuse availability with openness. You are allowed to be open-hearted and energetically unavailable. You are allowed to be kind and still hold your boundary. You are allowed to say no even when nothing bad is happening. Here's the quantum nuance. You don't need drama to justify your distance. You don't need chaos to earn your sovereignty. You don't need a villain to claim your space. You simply choose. This is not my frequency anymore, and I do not apologize for choosing peace, precision, and alignment. Now let's make this tangible. Where in your life does your frequency lower when you enter the room? Where does your body tense when a name pops up on your phone? Where do you feel the smallest when you're trying to be the most loving? These are the invitations for your no. Not because you're closing your heart, but because you're finally refusing to abandon yourself to keep a signal alive that no longer matches yours. And here's the magic. The moment you honor the quantum no, your yes becomes more powerful than ever. You stop saying yes out of habit. You start saying it with full coherence. And that's when the field begins delivering relationships, opportunities, and experiences that match your true state, not your wounded one. You'll notice conversations that expand you, projects that feel effortless, people who don't require explanation, they simply resonate. Time moving differently because you're no longer tangled in misalignment. This isn't luck. This is clean signal. The quantum no is your firewall, protects your evolution, sharpens your field, keeps your embodiment undistorted. So if you've been waiting for permission to stop tolerating what no longer fits, this is it. Say no. Say it clearly. Say it with love. Say it without shrinking. Because every time you do, you're telling the field, I'm done negotiating with old timelines. I trust the future I've already chosen. And I will not leak energy to prove it to anyone. And now that your frequency is guarded, not behind walls, but by clarity, you're ready to step into the wildest paradox of the quantum shift. You're not just becoming, you already have. Next, we'll unlock the mystery of parallel timelines and reveal how your future self isn't a fantasy, but a fact, waiting to merge into this moment. Let's continue. You've learned to say the quantum no. You've protected your signal. You've stopped diluting your field for comfort. And now your reality is more precise, more honest, more alive. And now it's time to peel back a deeper layer of quantum truth. Because everything you've been becoming, the version of you you've been working to reach, the reality you've been trying to align with, it's not in the future. It's already happened. This is the parallel self paradox. You are not moving linearly toward transformation. You are tuning into a version of you that already exists in a parallel timeline, where what you desire is not a wish but a fact. And that timeline isn't theoretical. It's just waiting for coherence. Let's unpack this. In quantum mechanics, we know the field contains infinite probabilities. Every decision you don't make still exists as a wave. Every version of you who made the opposite choice, who healed faster, who trusted sooner, who spoke up, exists now, not later. Now, because time in the quantum field is not a straight line. It's a simultaneous unfoldment of infinite timelines, layered over each other like sheets of transparent potential. And when you change your frequency, when you shift your beliefs, your breath, your identity, you don't create a new future. You merge with a parallel self already living that outcome. This is why change sometimes feels sudden, why healing sometimes feels instant, why everything in your life starts to make sense all at once. It's not magic. It's timeline selection. But here's where the paradox begins. The parallel self you're becoming, the one with the clarity, the health, the love, the creativity, the flow, that version of you has already chosen you too. You're not reaching for them. They're reaching back. And the faster you collapse the identity of trying to get there, the faster you realize you are there. Let's explore how to fully experience this paradox and activate the merge. Step 1. Stop thinking of the future as ahead of you. When you say, someday I'll be that person, you place your power on a timeline you can never reach. Because someday is an illusion, keeps you in the frequency of separation. Instead, say, I am tuning into the timeline that already contains my desires. I am collapsing distance between me and the self that has already chosen this life. I no longer wait. I align. You're not walking forward. You're collapsing time inward. Step 2. Identify the timeline you're in right now. Ask, what reality am I reinforcing today? Which version of me am I choosing by default? Am I living in the signal of future memory or current fear? Get honest, because every action, thought, and feeling is casting a vote for a timeline. And if you're unconsciously repeating loops, you're reinforcing versions of you that feel familiar but outdated. This isn't a judgment. It's information. And once you see the loop, you can shift the signal. Step 3. Map your parallel self in detail. This isn't fantasy. This is frequency anchoring. Get out your journal. Close your eyes. Ask, what does my parallel self believe about money? About love? About health? About their role in the world? Write their answers. Let them flow through you. Then ask, what habits do they keep? What boundaries are non-negotiable? What do they no longer tolerate? You're not making this up. You're accessing data from a timeline that already exists because you are now coherent enough to receive it. Step 4. Invite the merge. The moment you feel resonance with that parallel self, speak the invitation. Say, I choose the merge now. I allow the timeline where this is already true to override the one I've been rehearsing. I no longer try to become. I remember that I already am. This isn't poetic. It's neurological, emotional, and energetic realignment. You're collapsing the wave of possibility into present identity. And when you do, expect ripple effects. The desire to let go of things you once clung to. The pull to move faster on decisions you once delayed. The sudden absence of struggle, replaced by quiet certainty. Why? Because the version of you you've merged with no longer operates from doubt. They don't chase what they know is inevitable. They simply move as if it's done because for them it is. Step 5. Stabilize the merge. Merging with a parallel self isn't a one-time event. It's an ongoing embodiment. And the number one thing that will try to reverse the merge. Your memory of being the old you. Old thoughts will whisper, you're still the same. You're pretending. This can't be real. And you must reply, that's an echo. I've already chosen differently. That voice belongs to a timeline I no longer live in. Speak it out loud. Hold the signal. Refuse to argue with your past. Because the only thing keeping you from living the parallel timeline fully is the belief that you haven't arrived yet. But you have. You're just now realizing it. Let's ground this with one powerful truth. You are not on a journey of becoming. You are on a journey of selection, recognition, and stabilization. The moment you touch the frequency of your future self and choose to live from it, the old identity collapses like a hologram. Not because it was never real, but because it no longer belongs to the signal you're in. This is the paradox. You are becoming someone who already exists, and they are waiting for your signal to become active in this now. So send the signal. Speak as them. Move as them. Decide as them. And if it feels unfamiliar, good. That's how you know the merge is real. Next, we'll unlock the mechanics of abundance in this model, not as effort, not as reward, but as a natural byproduct of frequency match. Because now that you've stabilized in identity, it's time to access limitless flow. Let's continue. You've merged with your parallel self. Not in theory, in practice. You now understand that who you've been striving to become has already existed in another timeline, and you've begun to stabilize in their signal. And now something curious happens. Resources begin to show up. The right people appear. Opportunities that once seemed blocked now arrive, easily. Synchronicity becomes a rhythm. Effort begins to feel unnecessary. This isn't coincidence. This is abundance as it truly works in the quantum. But here's the key. Abundance isn't a reward. It's not given to the worthy. It's not earned through hustle, struggle, or spiritual tests. Abundance is a frequency, and reality is a game of frequency access. When your field matches the code, the lock opens. Not because you performed, because you became a match. Let's decode this truth now so you stop chasing abundance and start tuning into it. The old model of abundance. Most people were taught that abundance is conditional. Work hard, then maybe it'll come. Be a good person, and you'll attract good things. Prove yourself, and the universe will reward you. This model trains you to associate effort with deserving. But that's not how the field works. In the quantum model, reality doesn't respond to your effort. It responds to your signal. And your signal is the composite frequency of your beliefs, emotions, identity, body state, language, choices. So if you want to unlock abundance, the work isn't to chase it. The work is to broadcast the frequency of someone who already lives in it. Let's go there now. Step 1. Identify your abundance baseline. Your field is already broadcasting something. Ask, what do I believe is available to me right now? What level of wealth, support, love, and time do I consider normal? What do I expect to receive without resistance? Be honest. Your life is reflecting your current abundance set point. Not as punishment, as a mirror. because you can only receive at the level you believe you are safe to receive. So if you say, I want more, but your nervous system tightens when it actually shows up, you'll block it. This isn't a money issue. It's a capacity issue. And once you name your limit, you can shift it. Step 2, learn the difference between frequency and fantasy. Fantasy says, one day, I'll have $1 million. I hope this launch goes viral. I wish this job gives me what I need. Fantasy is disempowered. It's externally projected. It leaves you waiting. Frequency says, I already live in the signal of overflow. My field holds the code of expansion. I expect to receive because I'm resonant with receiving. This is embodiment. This is access. This is how the quantum unlocks. Step 3, feel abundance before it arrives. Most people wait for evidence before they feel the feeling. Quantum alignment flips this. You feel the state first, and reality catches up. So each day, practice accessing the felt sense of abundance. Not just imagining it, feeling it. What does your breath do when you know everything is handled? How does your body move when money is never a question again? What happens to your posture, your voice, your decisions? This isn't visualization. This is frequency rehearsal. And repetition rewires your field. Step 4, remove abundance blockers from your language. Every word you speak either affirms the code or cancels it. Listen closely. I can't afford that. Cancels the signal. I hope something works out. Weakens the signal. I just need one client to survive. Compresses the field. Replace with, I trust the field to provide from alignment. Money flows in when I'm most me. Overflow is normal in this timeline. You're not faking it. You're teaching your body how to live in the code. Step 5, anchor in new evidence. When abundance shows up, even in tiny ways, celebrate it. That $5 gift? That free coffee? That delayed bill payment that worked in your favor? Those are fractal signals, signs that the field is listening. And when you acknowledge them with gratitude, not surprise, you reinforce the pattern. This is who I am now. This is my baseline. This is not a fluke. It's my field responding to coherence. Now, let's unlock a truth most never hear. There is no such thing as creating abundance. There is only accessing what already exists. It's already in the field. Your dream income? Already circulating. Your dream clients? Already seeking you. Your ideal opportunities? Already waiting to be chosen. You're not pulling something out of nowhere. You're removing what blocked you from receiving it. So if you want to live in overflow, don't grind for it. Tune your body into the state of overflow. Speak from that place. Move from that place. Act from that place. And then watch the game shift. You'll notice the client signs not after your perfect pitch, but after your most effortless share. The breakthrough lands not in burnout, but in your moment of rest. The idea arrives not from mental strain, but in the stillness between thoughts. This isn't luck. This is the code. You've now activated the energetic law that governs all manifestation. Frequency grants access. You don't earn abundance. You match it. You live it. You stabilize in it before the bank account proves it. And when you do, you'll never chase again. Next, we unlock how this same frequency principle applies not just to money, but to relationships. Because once you become magnetic to abundance, you become magnetic to consciousness itself. Let's continue. Now that you've unlocked the code of abundance, you've seen how life begins to mirror your internal frequency. Not by chance, not by force, but through precise energetic resonance. And as your abundance expands, something deeper starts to shift. Your relationships, the people you attract, the conversations you hold, the level of intimacy you allow, the quality of presence you receive, all of it recalibrates, because the field doesn't just bring you resources, it brings you reflections. And when your frequency evolves, your reflections must evolve too or fall away. This is the essence of quantum relationships. You no longer attract people based on history, habit, or emotional need. You attract based on consciousness, shared frequency, mutual embodiment, resonance that isn't forced, it simply is. Let's make this real. You are always broadcasting a relational signal. That signal is made of how you treat yourself, what level of truth you allow, what version of yourself you stay loyal to, what you normalize in love, friendship, family, and community. The people around you are not accidents. They're reflections of your current self-permission. So when you raise your baseline, when you stabilize in a higher frequency, don't be surprised when certain people fade. Not because you're better, because the match is no longer there. And in their place, something new begins to appear. People who meet you in your clarity, not your confusion. People who reflect your vision, not your doubt. People who stretch you into your next level, not pull you into old loops. These are quantum connections. They don't feed off your wounds. They amplify your signal. Let's explore how to create, protect, and expand them. Step 1. Audit your current relationships by frequency, not familiarity. Ask yourself, who do I feel most coherent around? Who drains my energy even if they mean well? Who requires me to shrink or translate my truth? Who invites more of my full self forward? This is not about blame. It's about signal. Your nervous system knows who's aligned and who's not. And as your frequency sharpens, so must your relational discernment. Step 2. Let go of karmic connections disguised as loyalty. Karmic connections are those that keep you looping. You feel responsible for their healing. You stay out of guilt, not joy. You dim your light to keep the peace. You can predict every conversation before it starts. These connections are not bad. They were part of your past frequency. But when they no longer serve your evolution, the most loving act is release. Not to abandon, but to liberate. Say internally, I thank this person for the role they've played. And now, I release this contract with love, so we both can expand. And then follow through. Space is required for new resonance to land. Step 3. Become magnetic to consciousness by stabilizing in yours. The most magnetic force in relationships isn't charm. It's coherence. When your field is clear, you stop seeking people to complete or rescue you. You stop reaching for validation. You stop needing anyone to make you feel seen because you've already seen yourself. And that kind of presence, it draws people in who don't want to fix you. They want to meet you. And that's when the quality of your relationships transforms. Suddenly, conversations get deeper, faster. Emotional safety feels effortless. Truth becomes the norm, not the exception. You feel less alone even when you're quiet. This isn't luck. It's conscious resonance. Step 4. Set quantum standards, not conditional expectations. In traditional relationships, people create lists. They must be this tall, this educated, this spiritual. They should never do this, always do that. But in quantum relationships, the standard isn't behavior. The standard is state. You choose to relate only with those who own their energy, welcome truth, respect your boundaries, expand your nervous system, not collapse it. This isn't about being picky. It's about being precise. You're no longer selecting from wounded patterns. You're selecting from the field of resonance. And when your standards are frequency-based, your expectations drop. Why? Because true resonance doesn't require management. It simply meets you and stays aligned or naturally falls away. Step 5. Be the partner, friend, or presence you're calling in. This is the anchor. You want devotion? Be devoted to yourself. You want clarity? Speak it. You want energetic presence? Show up with yours. Because in the quantum, you don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. So be the space that welcomes depth. Be the vibration that holds safety. Be the presence that doesn't demand, but invites. This shifts everything. Suddenly, people open up to you in ways they never have. Opportunities arise through relational trust. Collaboration feels like flow, not compromise. Love becomes expansive, not conditional. And you realize, you're not trying to get relationships to work. You're just watching the field bring you what matches your signal. Let's anchor this. You don't need to beg for love. You don't need to convince people to understand you. You don't need to fix or chase anyone. You simply need to be honest about your frequency, and only allow what resonates. And when you live this way, your relational world becomes a sacred reflection of your inner coherence. That's the quantum shift. Not forced connection, but magnetic alignment. And now that your external world reflects the frequency you've anchored inside, it's time to refine your understanding of manifestation itself. Because you've been told it's about asking the universe for what you want, but in truth, it's about remembering what's already yours. Let's continue. You've seen the power of resonance in relationships, how consciousness attracts consciousness, and how frequency determines not just what enters your life, but who. Now we turn to the idea of manifestation itself. The word has been thrown around endlessly: vision boards, affirmations, scripting, asking the universe. But you're ready to see what most never realize. Manifestation isn't about requesting something you don't have. It's about returning to something that's already yours. That's the shift. It's not a cosmic Amazon order. It's not about saying the right words in the right mood under the right moon. It's about collapsing the identity of the one who thinks it isn't already real. Let's break this open. Most people manifest from separation. They visualize the dream, the goal, the outcome, and then quietly carry the belief that they don't yet have it, that it's not here. So everything they do becomes an effort to close that perceived gap. I'm scripting so I can attract it. I'm visualizing so it'll finally happen. I'm asking for it because I want it to come to me. But here's the quantum truth. What you truly desire already exists in the field. It's not something that must be built from scratch. It's not hidden in some divine vault, waiting for you to pass a test. It's already active on the timeline you haven't fully aligned with yet. So the real work of manifestation isn't to ask harder. It's to remember who you are without the filter of doubt. What you already chose at a higher level. What's already flowing toward you when you stop resisting it. Let's walk through what this actually means and how to live it. Step 1. Stop asking. Start selecting. When you say, I want this, the field hears, it's not here, and it reflects accordingly. But when you say, this is already mine, I'm simply now becoming the version of me who holds it with ease, you collapse the waiting. You shift from beggar to broadcaster, from seeker to selector, from, how can I get this? To, I remember this frequency, and now I live it again. This is not denial. It's activation. Step 2. Dismantle the identity of the one who's still waiting. Every day you walk around thinking, when is it going to happen? How do I attract it? I hope this works. You are reinforcing the version of you who believes it's not real yet. This version lives in a loop of hoping, trying, fixing, repeating. But manifestation is not about earning. It's about embodying the state that already has it. So ask yourself, if I wasn't trying to manifest this anymore because it was already done, how would I think, speak, move, and feel? Now do that. Every small choice from that state tells the field, she's not asking anymore. She's arrived. Step 3. Let go of timeline addiction. Most manifestation frustration doesn't come from the desire itself. It comes from the belief that it should have happened by now. That belief is time-based. But in the quantum, time is irrelevant. When you say, it's taking too long, you're adding resistance to the field. You're telling it, I'm not fully in the frequency yet. But when you drop the clock, when you stop measuring and start trusting, you let the energy speed up. Say, I release linear timelines. I trust the version of me who already lives this to lead the way. And I let the field deliver in the most elegant, aligned, and accelerated way possible. You're no longer tracking time. You're tracking alignment. And alignment bends time. Step 4. Recognize disguised manifestations. Often, what shows up first is not the full outcome, but the frequency primer. That strange opportunity, that uncomfortable ending, that unexpected person. It may not look like the thing you asked for, but it's designed to put you in the exact frequency that makes the outcome inevitable. So stop judging what's arriving. Start asking, what frequency is this activating in me? What version of me is being summoned right now? What truth is being made impossible to ignore? Because manifestation often shows up in pieces, designed to prepare the field for the final lock to click. You're not being tested. You're being tuned. Step 5, live from the already. This is the cornerstone. If your manifestation were already real, what would you stop tolerating? What would you no longer chase? What energy would you wake up in each morning? Start now. Not to prove something, not to trick the field, but because that version of you is the only one who matches the result you've called in. You're not performing it. You're remembering it. And when you do, you collapse all delay. So here's the truth no one tells you. You are not waiting for your desires. Your desires are waiting for you to stop pretending they're not already yours. And the moment you stop asking, the moment you release the grip, the moment you stop needing it to prove your worth, you finally allow it to land. Why? Because you're no longer manifesting from separation. You're manifesting from wholeness. And wholeness doesn't chase. It simply receives. So from now on, don't ask, how do I manifest this? Ask, what part of me still thinks I don't already have it? What belief is blocking me from remembering my access? What action can I take today that reflects it's already done? And then live that way. Walk like it's done. Speak like it's done. Rest like it's done. Create like it's done. Because in the field, it is. And now, having fully collapsed the illusion of waiting, you're ready to go deeper into direct communion with the timeline you've already chosen. Not through thought, not through theory, but through experience. Next, we're going to visit your future self directly and return with their embodied wisdom, clarity, and certainty. Let's continue. You now know that manifestation is not a request. It's a return. You've stopped chasing, stopped asking, and started living from the frequency of already. But what if you could take that one step further? What if you could go directly into the timeline where your desire is already realized? And bring back the instructions. Not as a metaphor, not as a dream, as an embodied transmission from your own future self. Because here's the truth. Time is not linear. Your future self is not far away. They exist now in the field. And the version of you living in fulfillment, clarity, peace, impact, they've already figured it out. They've made the choices. They've stabilized the signal. They're living in the reality you've only just remembered is possible. And now they're ready to guide you. That's what this chapter unlocks. This is not visualization. This is field communication. It's how the superconscious collapses time to deliver wisdom from you to you. Let's begin by grounding this truth. Your future self isn't imaginary. They are a real energetic blueprint, an actual configuration in the quantum field, a stable, activated frequency you can now access. And because you've done the work to shed the old identity, because you've dissolved the illusion of waiting, you are finally coherent enough to receive that version's transmission. The signal is clear, the channel is open, and the conversation is ready to begin. Here's how to receive it. Step 1, enter the stillness. The quantum doesn't shout. It whispers in silence. So before you connect, clear your field. Turn off all distractions. Sit or lie down in a comfortable space. Breathe deep, not to calm, but to signal readiness. Let your breath slow. Let your body soften. Let your awareness shift from the outer world to the field. Say internally, I am available now. I am ready to connect with the version of me who already lives what I have chosen. I trust what comes through. No effort, no strain, just readiness. Step 2, locate your future self. Now, in the stillness, call them forward. Not with fantasy, with recognition. Feel into the version of you who already feels free in their body, creates with clarity, moves through life with spaciousness and purpose, loves with ease, receives without resistance. Sense them. Let them appear in front of you, not as a stranger, but as you matured, sharpened, softened, clear. You may see a face. You may feel a presence. You may simply know they're there. That's enough. The field doesn't need detail. It needs coherence. Step 3, begin the conversation. In your mind or out loud, ask, what do you want me to know right now? What am I still holding that you've already released? What decision did you make that changed everything? What do you remember that I've forgotten? Pause. Let the answer arrive as words, as images, as feeling. Don't interpret. Receive. Even if it feels subtle or strange, trust it. You are receiving a frequency transmission not from another being, but from your most aligned self. Step 4. Feel their state. Then absorb it. Now shift your attention from what they're saying to how they're being. How does their body move? How does their energy feel? What's their posture, their breath, their presence? This is key, because you're not just here to collect advice. You're here to absorb the frequency. So breathe it in. Feel it in your cells. Let their state become your own, not in theory but in body. This is the beginning of the merge. The more you embody their state now, the faster your current reality will reflect their results. Step 5. Anchor the message with gratitude. Before you complete the connection, say, "Thank you for guiding me. I receive your frequency. I allow your timeline to unfold through me now." Then slowly come back to your physical awareness. Wiggle your fingers. Open your eyes. Breathe. But don't shake it off like a dream. Hold the signal. You've just traveled, not in fantasy but in field awareness, to a version of you who holds the exact blueprint you've been trying to build from scratch. And now it's inside you. Let's clarify exactly what just happened. You didn't imagine the future. You remembered a version of you already coded into the field. You didn't create it. You accessed it. And because you accessed it, you can now live from it. So here's your integration. Start your day with one question. What would my future self do right now, in this exact moment? Not just for the big decisions. For the smallest. How they check their phone. How they greet someone. How they pause before reacting. How they breathe while they wait. This is how time collapses. By living the future now. And you don't need certainty. You don't need a detailed plan. You just need to trust the frequency you received. Because it didn't come from a guess. Came from you. The most aligned, sovereign, resourced, clear version of you. And as you practice this connection more often, you'll find the gap between now and then dissolves. The voice of your past loses grip. The decisions you make feel inevitable, not forced. The outcomes arrive faster because the you they're meant for has finally shown up. You're no longer trying to become. You're being led by the self who already is. This is time travel, not through years but through identity. And now that you've begun living with direct access to your future frequency, the field becomes pliable. Next, you'll unlock how to bend reality in real time. Not by waiting, not by efforting, but by shifting your signal moment to moment, as needed. Let's continue. You've connected with your future self. Not as an idea, as an intelligence. You've absorbed their frequency. You've felt their certainty. And you've begun making choices from their timeline. Now we sharpen that power. Because what you've just tapped into, this ability to collapse time, can go even further. You don't just have access to timelines. You have the power to bend the reality you're in while you're still in it. In real time, with real outcomes, without delay. This isn't fiction. This is the field, responding in micro-adjustments the moment you shift your signal. Let's call it what it is. Reality bending. It sounds dramatic, but it's actually subtle. It happens in split-second pivots. In the micro-moments where you refuse to repeat your past self's response. Where you change the signal midstream and watch reality reconfigure. Let's unpack how this works and how to use it precisely. Reality doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your baseline. But your baseline is not fixed. Can change in a breath. And when it does, the field must mirror that change. Because remember, you're not experiencing what's happening. You're experiencing a projection of the frequency you're holding. So when you shift the frequency, the projection changes too. Let's make that real. Step 1. Catch yourself in the loop. Reality bending begins with awareness, not action. It's recognizing that you're in a repeating moment. That familiar tension in your body, that same thought spiral, that sense of this again. Don't resist it. Witness it like a coder scanning a program. This is a pattern. It's not personal, it's predictable. And it's a doorway. Doorways don't appear randomly. They show up when the field offers you a chance to respond differently. and open a different outcome. So instead of reacting automatically, pause. Step 2, drop into the body. The moment you interrupt the loop, shift your awareness into your body. Ask, where do I feel this in my system? What part of me is holding the old signal? Can I breathe into it without needing to fix it? Don't analyze. Feel. Because most timelines are chosen not through thought, but through state. If your body remains tense, your signal stays stuck. But if you soften, breathe, drop your shoulders, your field reconfigures. That alone begins bending the probability of what happens next. Step 3, ask the bending question. Now speak to the field. Not as a request, but as a command rooted in awareness. Say, what else is possible in this moment? What would the version of me with higher access do now? How does this shift if I stop repeating the script? The field doesn't respond to your ego's logic. It responds to your curiosity as consciousness. This question doesn't need an answer. It creates openness in the field. And in that openness, new outcomes can arrive. Step 4. Change your response mid-pattern. Now comes the moment of truth. If you want to bend reality, you must be willing to act as if the new timeline is already here, even if your environment hasn't caught up yet. That might look like speaking a different tone in the middle of conflict, choosing calm when your pattern screams for urgency, saying no without the drama, moving slower instead of rushing, smiling instead of spiraling. This isn't about faking. It's about introducing a new frequency into the loop. And the moment you do, the old pattern can't run the same outcome anymore. You've hacked it, and the field begins bending. Step 5, watch for micro-reflections. After the shift, look around. Did the energy change in the room? Did the person soften? Did the outcome move in a direction that previously felt blocked? It might be subtle. It might be instant, but there will be a shift. And the more often you bend these micro-moments, the more your macro-reality begins to reassemble. This is how compound bending works. Not through force. Through thousands of tiny shifts in how you show up to the same old patterns. You don't need to fix the pattern. You just need to become unavailable for it to run the same way again. Each interruption is a vote for a new timeline. Each breath is a door into a different possibility. Each new choice bends the field toward the version of you who already lives free. So here's what most never realize. Reality is not a rigid script. It's a feedback system waiting to be interrupted. Every time you respond with presence instead of programming, the field takes a new measurement and says, they've shifted. Recalculate. That's why things can feel like they change overnight. Not because the world flipped, but because you did internally, subtly, energetically. And now the projection must follow. You don't bend reality with force. You bend it by becoming unbendable in your frequency. Say that again. I don't bend reality by controlling outcomes. I bend it by stabilizing my frequency so cleanly, the old timeline has nothing left to anchor into. This is superconscious choice. Not from reaction, from mastery. And when you begin to live this way, you'll notice less drama, faster resolution, spontaneous clarity, coincidences that aren't coincidental, people shifting around you without you needing to fix them. That's not magic. That's coherence in motion. You are not waiting for a breakthrough. You are becoming the signal that causes the shift. And once you realize how pliable reality becomes at this level, you stop fighting the world. You simply tune your field and let the world recalibrate. You've now activated one of the most advanced tools of the quantum life, real-time timeline shifting. You are no longer living in reality. You're living with it, co-creating moment by moment. And now that your inner world can influence your outer reality instantly, what happens when you apply this to your business, creation, or mission? What if your entire expression of value didn't have to come from hustle, but from quantum precision? That's next. Let's continue. You've just discovered that your reality is pliable. Not fixed, not slow, not bound by cause and effect. You've seen that by stabilizing your frequency in real time, you bend outcomes not by force but by coherence. Now, it's time to bring that precision into your most public expression. your work, your mission, your creation, your business. Because the final frontier of superconscious living is how you generate value, wealth, and impact without collapsing into grind, funnel fatigue, or outdated formulas. Let's be clear. You weren't born to hustle in loops that drain your spirit. You weren't meant to copy someone else's strategy and hope it fits. You're here to build something from the field, not from fear. This is the superconscious business. Not a structure, not a tactic, a transmission of your highest frequency, delivered through your creations, and received by those who are already tuned to it. It flips everything. You don't chase clients, you magnetize them. You don't push content, you broadcast signal. You don't launch, you land a timeline. You don't measure worth by numbers, you measure resonance by impact. Let's break this open. The old model of business. Most businesses run like this. Find a niche, identify pain points, build a funnel, convince people, prove value, repeat. This isn't wrong, it's just Newtonian. It relies on force, sequence, and often scarcity. It trains you to build from lack. How can I get more attention? How do I stay relevant? How do I outperform the algorithm? And that's exactly why it burns you out. Because you're solving problems that only exist when you forget who you are. The superconscious business is different. It asks, what's the most activated frequency I can broadcast? Who is already tuned to receive this? How can I build structures that match my signal, not drain it? Because in the quantum, your business is your field commercialized. And when your field is clear, the results become inevitable. Let's walk through the mechanics. Step 1, stop building from the pain. Traditional business says, find the problem and solve it. But the superconscious model says, transmit from your power and let those who are ready step forward. You're not here to fix people. You're here to reflect a frequency they already chose, but haven't yet stabilized in. So when you create, don't speak to their fears. Don't build around worst-case scenarios. Don't water down your truth to be more accessible. Instead, speak directly to the version of your client or audience that already knows, already resonates, already said yes energetically, and then build for them, not to get them, to activate them. Step 2, let offers be invitations, not explanations. If you're explaining too much, you're compensating for a lack of clarity. In superconscious creation, an offer is not a pitch. It's an energetic portal. It says, this is the frequency I hold. This is the result I stabilize. This is the transformation available if you're ready to match it. No chasing, no convincing, just clear resonance. And that's why the right people find you, even in the noise, because their field is listening. And when it hears your signal, it responds. Step 3, create from overflow, not obligation. If your content, products, or programs feel heavy, pause. The superconscious field doesn't amplify what's misaligned. It reveals it. So ask, am I creating because I feel lack? Am I posting because I'm afraid to be forgotten? Am I building something because I saw someone else succeed with it? Those are not creative states. Instead, tune into overflow. What feels alive in my body right now? What would I create if I wasn't worried about the result? What's the clearest, cleanest transmission I can release today? From there, your business becomes a living expression of presence. And presence is profitable because it's rare. Step 4, stabilize your nervous system before you scale. Scaling doesn't start with strategy. It starts with regulation. If your body isn't safe with more money, more clients, more visibility, more power, then it will sabotage the expansion. So before you set the big goals, ask, can I hold the version of me that already has this? If not, scale your capacity, not your audience. Breathe deeper. Rest more often. Release over-efforting. Build containers that support your energy, not just your outcome. Because when your system is stable, your signal becomes irresistible. Step 5. Let the field bring you the how. You don't need the whole plan. You don't need to map the entire funnel. You just need to hold the frequency of your desired business reality long enough for the field to show you the next aligned action. Say, I trust the version of me who runs this effortlessly. I allow the field to organize the path. I commit to clarity, not control. Then act on the next obvious step. Post the thing. Email the person. Write the offer. Say the truth. Don't overthink it. Move at the speed of alignment. Here's the reframe that changes everything. You are not a marketer. You are not a funnel. You are a field. And your business is not something you run, it's something you broadcast. It carries your frequency, your coherence, your clarity, your embodiment. That's why people buy from you. Not because of your strategy, but because of your signal. So build offers that excite you. Create content that feeds you. Set prices that match your frequency, not your fears. Call in clients who already live in your field, waiting to hear you say, "It's time." That's the superconscious shift. You stop running a business. You start living as the transmission. And everything you build from that place sustains itself because it's you extended. No burnout, no pretending, no exhaustion, just alignment, expression, receiving. And now that you know how to operate from the field, not the funnel, what happens when your business, your relationships, your body, and your consciousness all converge around your true reason for being here? That's what we uncover next, as we tune into the deepest signal of all, your quantum mission. Let's continue. You've learned how to create not from pressure, but from presence. You've seen that your business, like your reality, is not something you manage, but something you broadcast. You've stopped building from strategy alone and started constructing from signal. Now, something deeper begins to surface. Something not transactional, but transcendent. A calling, a knowing, a current pulling you towards something larger than outcomes, metrics, or any worldly result. This is not about content, or followers, or products, or goals. This is about why you came here now. Because once you learn to live from superconsciousness, once your external world begins to reflect your internal clarity, the field starts whispering one question. Are you ready to fulfill your quantum mission? Let's be clear. This mission isn't a job. It's not a title. It's not a fixed role you have to figure out. It's a frequency you agreed to anchor before you were born, before time, before language, a signature that only you carry, a tone that only you stabilize, a piece of the puzzle that only clicks into place when you say yes. And the reason you're waking up now, not 10 years ago, not 20 years from now, is because the field requires your frequency at this moment. Let's bring that into focus. Step 1. Your quantum mission is not found. It is remembered. You don't have to chase purpose. You don't have to force clarity. You don't need to scroll through careers hoping one will resonate. You simply need to listen for what already wants to move through you. Ask, what truth keeps knocking on my heart? What patterns have always called me, even when I didn't understand why? What vision feels too big to be mine, but won't leave me alone? These aren't random. They are breadcrumbs. Your superconscious self has been planting them all along. Because this mission isn't about doing something new. It's about becoming the clearest channel for what's already coded in you. Step 2. Your mission begins where your fear used to live. If you want to locate the exact place your soul came here to serve, find the thing you've avoided the most. The place you felt too small to stand. The message you were afraid to speak. The gift you minimized for the sake of being normal. The fire you tucked away for fear of being too much. That fear? It was never the problem. It was the protector of your deepest truth. And now that your nervous system can hold more, the mission hidden beneath the fear is finally ready to come online. Step 3. Stop trying to scale your mission. Start embodying it. In a culture obsessed with growth, it's easy to confuse your mission with a business plan. But your quantum mission doesn't always look like mass exposure. Sometimes it looks like a single conversation that alters a timeline, a presence so coherent it shifts a room, an idea that transmits more than 1,000 words, a space held with such integrity it becomes healing without effort. Your mission isn't about how many it reaches. It's about how deeply it transforms. And when you embody it fully in breath, in voice, in posture, in choice, It reaches further than you'll ever be able to track. Step 4. You are not here to be everything. You're here to be precise. Many seekers get lost because they try to help everyone. That's not your mission. That's your conditioning. Your mission isn't to please. It's to resonate. And resonance is specific. It's a frequency. It's a tone. It's a field that cuts through noise and calls only those who are already coded to hear you. So release the pressure to appeal broadly. And commit to broadcasting clearly. Because your clarity activates others to find theirs. That's how the mission ripples. Not by reaching everyone. By reaching the right ones so they do the same. Step 5. Trust that the mission carries you when you stop carrying the weight. You don't have to hold your mission alone. It's not a burden. It's not yours to make happen. It is alive. And it moves through you when you stop gripping it with your ego. That means you don't need all the answers to begin. You don't need a 5-year plan to be real. You don't need to prove worth before sharing the message. Your mission doesn't require perfection. It requires presence. The more you trust that the mission is choosing you as its vessel, the more you'll see the field align to support it. Resources arrive. Opportunities click. Guidance sharpens. You're not doing it alone, you're doing it in alignment. Let's anchor this. You are not random. You are not late. You are not too much. You are not confused. You are remembering layer by layer what your soul always knew. You came to stabilize a frequency that upgrades the field just by being lived. Not through performance. Not through validation. But through truth in motion. And when you honor that truth, when you stop asking permission to live it, when you stop minimizing your part in the equation, your life becomes the mission, your message becomes medicine, and your presence becomes the shift. So the question now is not, what should I do? The question is, what am I now ready to fully allow? Because the moment you stop resisting your mission, it accelerates. And that acceleration burns away what no longer fits. Which means you're about to meet a powerful threshold. One where the old version of you can no longer walk. You'll need to choose collapse or conscious integration. Next, we move to the most critical turning point in this entire quantum journey. It's time to say goodbye consciously to the self that can't come with you. Let's continue. You've activated your quantum mission. You're no longer guessing. You're not waiting for clarity, you've become it. The field recognizes your signal now not just as a frequency but as an assignment. The path is alive beneath your feet. But now, something intense and inevitable begins to surface. You feel the old you struggling to hold on. You notice habits rearing up. Doubt tries to whisper again. People from the past begin pulling on the edges of your energy. This isn't failure. This is the collapse of the self that cannot continue on this frequency. Let's name this moment for what it is. Your old identity is dying. And the death of that identity brings a choice. You can either integrate it consciously, or it will implode unconsciously. There's no middle path anymore. Why? Because you've made the quantum shift. Your frequency has changed. And that means the self you once were, the version that was stuck, small, reactive, hesitant, now has nowhere to hide. And here's the truth. The collapse isn't punishment. It's completion. It's the moment the system says, we're done living this way. Time to dissolve the shell. Let's walk through this threshold together. Step 1. Recognize the collapse as evidence of growth, not failure. When old emotions, patterns, or stories return, many assume something's wrong. It shouldn't feel this hard. I thought I was past this. Maybe I'm not as aligned as I thought. Pause. Those thoughts are not regressions. They are the echoes of a self that's leaving. You are not being tested. You're being cleared. So instead of resisting the discomfort, witness it. Say, this sensation is not who I am. It's what I'm releasing. I allow this energy to rise and exit without judgment. This is not a breakdown. This is a broadcast updating. The field is recalibrating. Stay with it. Step 2. Let the identity die with reverence, not resistance. You've outgrown a self that kept you safe, that protected you, that kept you hidden when the world felt too loud. It's easy to resent that version, to shame it, rush past it, disown it. But that creates fragmentation. And fragmentation creates instability. So instead, honor it. Say, thank you for keeping me alive. Thank you for every survival strategy. Thank you for every limitation that once made sense. And now I release you, not in anger, but in love. Not in fear, but in freedom. Integration means letting the past self retire with grace, not dragging its shadow into your future. Step 3, stop identifying with your resistance. When things collapse, resistance spikes. You'll hear, "This is too much. I can't do this. Nothing's working anymore. I just need to go back." Those thoughts aren't truths. They're exhausted echoes of the old operating system. The part of you that's dissolving is trying to speak, but you don't have to listen. So don't identify with the voice of collapse. Breathe. Hold your center. Let the storm pass without becoming it. Because on the other side is clarity that doesn't shout. It arrives. Step 4. Anchor into the new identity with action. Collapse creates space, but integration requires movement. You must anchor the new self with action, or the vacuum will pull you back. So ask, what does the integrated version of me choose here? What action stabilizes this new signal in the 3D world? How do I respond as the version I've now remembered myself to be? And then move. Don't wait for it to feel easy. Let the movement become the ease. Even the smallest aligned action closes the quantum gap. Even the tiniest decision made from your new identity becomes a lock-in code. Don't underestimate it. Step 5. Watch what tries to return. And say no clearly. The field will test your signal by showing you familiar frequencies. The job you already outgrew. The conversation that drags you backward. The loop that used to seduce you into staying small. These are not threats. They are mirrors. They ask, are you really done with this? And your answer doesn't need to be dramatic. It just needs to be clear. A steady no. A silent walk away. A shift in posture that says, I'm no longer available for this frequency. This is what holds the new timeline in place. Not force, but finality. Let's pause here and say something crucial. You will miss your old self. Not because it was better, but because it was familiar. Because it held the illusion of safety. Because it gave you an identity to protect. And now that's gone. There's no mask left. No default role to hide behind. Just space. And space feels terrifying. Until it begins to feel free. This is the moment most people turn back. They choose implosion not because it's right, but because it's known. But you've seen too much. You've felt the field. You've met your future self. You've stabilized the frequency of your next timeline. So now you do the rarest thing. You hold. You let the collapse complete. You let the clarity integrate. You let the mission reorganize your life piece by piece. You stop chasing the old self's comfort and start building the new self's capacity. This is the turning point, the death that brings arrival, the grief that becomes grace, the moment you stop performing the shift and become it. Now that the shell has cracked, now that the old you has dissolved into the soil, what's ready to grow? Next, we step into your new baseline, the world you'll now live from, not visit. Let's continue. You faced the collapse, not with resistance, but with clarity. You didn't implode, you integrated. You didn't flee the discomfort, you let it complete. And now, for the first time, you are standing without a mask. No more playing small. No more reacting from the past. No more pretending not to know. You're clear. You're grounded. You're superconscious. And now, we arrive at the space where few ever dare to live. The new baseline. Not a peak. Not a glimpse. Not a temporary high after a breakthrough. But a consistent frequency of alignment, presence, clarity, power. This is what it means to live from the field, not occasionally visit it when things go wrong or when you meditate long enough. Living from the field means decisions made in real-time coherence, relationships formed through resonance, not history, business built from transmission, not effort, emotions honored as signals, not threats, boundaries held as energetic clarity, not guilt. This becomes your default setting. Let's ground it in practical integration because this isn't about philosophy. It's about how you move through your day. Step 1. Live in signal, not in story. Your old baseline was built on story. I'm not ready yet. What if I fail? This always happens to me. I have to prove I'm good enough. But now, those stories no longer fit. They don't hold weight in this frequency. So stop referencing them. Don't argue with them. Don't fight them. Just stop feeding them. Instead, ask yourself every morning, what frequency do I choose to signal today, regardless of the story, and signal it on purpose, in your walk, in your words, in your posture, in your breath, in your silence, because when the signal is strong, the story becomes irrelevant. Step 2, let everything calibrate to you. You no longer chase alignment. You broadcast it and let everything around you rise or fall based on that tone. That means, if a conversation doesn't match your energy, you shift or leave it. If an opportunity doesn't match your vision, you don't pursue it. If a pattern tries to resurface, you don't explain it away, you dissolve it instantly. This isn't arrogance. It's energetic precision. You've spent years molding yourself to fit situations. Now, the field molds around your coherence. Step 3. Stabilize frequency over emotion. This one's big. Your old self was trained to interpret emotions as reality. I feel fear, so something must be wrong. I feel low, so I'm off track. I feel uncertain, so I should pause. But your new baseline separates emotion from identity. You allow feelings to move through, without letting them drive. Instead, you anchor to frequency. I feel fear, and I'm still rooted in clarity. I feel resistance, and I still take aligned action. I feel the old self surfacing, and I remain in the present signal. This is mastery, not bypassing but stability. Step 4. Make maintenance a priority, not a reaction. You don't wait until things fall apart to return to alignment. You build your life around maintenance, daily energetic hygiene, intentional silence, frequency resets, conscious movement, nourishing inputs, because now you know, your field is your business. Your magnetism is your message. Your alignment is your greatest asset. So you protect it like it matters. Because it does. Step 5. Stop leaking energy on lower timelines. The old self was constantly leaking, arguing with doubt, explaining boundaries, managing others' projections, rationalizing intuition. But that ends here. Now your baseline is containment. You don't leak your life force into drama. You don't convince. You don't chase. You hold. You choose. You walk away without explanation. This saves more energy than any productivity hack ever could. Here's what this chapter really means. Stability is the true flex, not the big launch, not the quantum breakthrough, not the deep download, but the daily integrity of a being who no longer leaves their frequency for anyone or anything. You're not getting back on track. You are the track. You're not remembering who you are. You're living from it every time you choose the signal over the story. That's the new reality. And the longer you stay here, the more the field organizes to match this version of you. Opportunities appear without effort. Challenges dissolve before escalating. People shift or fall away naturally. Clarity becomes constant. Creation feels light. And life, your actual everyday life, starts to feel like the miracle you always thought was far away. But it's not far. It's here. This is your home frequency now. So breathe it in. You've made it. Not because everything is perfect, but because you no longer leave your frequency when it's not. That's the shift. That's the arrival. That's what makes the difference between those who taste the quantum and those who live from it. And now you're ready for the question most people never ask. What comes after the superconscious? Let's continue. You're here. Not at the end, but at the edge of a beginning far more expansive than anything before. You've moved from stuckness into coherence, from subconscious loops into superconscious alignment. You've stabilized a new baseline of presence, power, and precision. And now the question arises, what comes after superconscious? It's tempting to believe this is the final destination. That once you live from the field, the work is done. That integration is a finish line. But the quantum doesn't stop. It expands. And now that you're stable in this higher frequency, you're ready for what only stability can unlock. Infinite participation in creation. This isn't about a new level of self-improvement. It's about becoming a node of conscious influence within the field itself. You're not just aligned. You're now a point of origin for new timelines, for yourself, for others, for the collective. This is the post-superconscious life. Let's walk into it together. Step 1, you become the field. Up to now, you've learned to access the field. Tune to it. Receive from it. Co-create within it. But now, something more profound emerges. You don't just connect to the field. You are the field in motion. Your presence broadcasts information. Your thoughts ripple into shared timelines. Your coherence regulates the nervous systems around you. Your very being reshapes space. You've stopped trying to change the world through effort. Instead, you shape it through resonance. This isn't abstract. It's energetic fact. You've become a living architecture for reality's evolution. Step 2, your life becomes a broadcast. Every action, choice, and silence becomes a message. Not because you're performing, but because you've become so internally unified, there is no dissonance left. You walk into a room and people feel something shift. You speak, and clarity cuts through confusion. You build, and the creation carries your signature, not your stress. This is not about being perfect. It's about being consistent with your core signal. That consistency is what creates gravity. It's what draws aligned people, ideas, and events into your field without effort. You're no longer seeking alignment, you are it. Step 3, the mission evolves into stewardship. Before, you followed a calling. You said yes to a mission. You began expressing the truth encoded in you. Now, that mission begins to take on a life of its own. It becomes larger than you. It asks to be protected, guided, scaled, matured. You're no longer simply the creator of it. You are the guardian of its integrity. This may mean saying no to opportunities that dilute the vision, holding standards when others want to compromise, letting the mission shape you into an even truer version of yourself. You are no longer the student of the field. You are entrusted by it. Step 4, you mentor the shift in others. As your frequency stabilizes, others will feel it. Some will be drawn to you. Some will be activated by you. Some will be challenged by you. And many will ask, silently or directly, how did you shift? How do I begin? Is this possible for me? And here's the answer. You are the proof. Not through words, but through presence. Not through fixing, but through witnessing. Not through teaching, but through embodiment. You won't need to convince. You'll simply hold such a clean signal that others remember who they are in your presence. That is true leadership. Not control. Not noise. Just frequency, calibrated and held. Step 5, you explore without end. Now that you're free from chasing outcomes, now that your identity isn't based on results, you're free to create purely, not to prove, not to survive, not to stay relevant, but because you can't not create. This is the playground. You start tuning into timelines simply for the joy of feeling them. You build not because you should, but because your soul has extra to give. You connect not out of need, but from overflow. This is how new blueprints for life emerge, through those no longer trapped in survival, hustle, or identity games. So what comes after Superconscious? Not a new destination, but a new relationship to reality. You're not trying to master life anymore. You're partnering with it. You're no longer solving yourself. You're expressing yourself. You're no longer in a rush to get there. You understand you are the there. And so the journey doesn't end. It just amplifies. It spirals upward, outward, inward simultaneously. And every loop takes you deeper into the joy of this truth. There is nowhere to arrive. There is only deeper alignment, and more reality to shape with your clarity. So take this in. Look at who you are now. You've broken the cage. You've met the subconscious gatekeeper. You've remembered the superconscious field. You've stabilized a new frequency. You've collapsed timelines, bent reality, rewired identity. You've shifted not just your life, but your entire signal. And now, you're living from a place few ever even glimpse. And yet, you're just getting started. This is not the end of the story. This is the threshold of your quantum life. So the only question now is, what do you want to build? Who do you want to become now that becoming is effortless? What frequency are you now ready to broadcast so fully, so cleanly, that the field itself reorganizes in response? You don't need permission. You don't need proof. You are the shift. It has begun. Now live it.